guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Landmark ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court today on how states are allowed to spend COVID relief funding. Justices have ruled there are limits. A state cannot spend its cut from the American Rescue Plan any way it wants. Some drugs getting harder and harder to find in the U.S. One top expert laments policy, which may have contributed to the problem.
It was short-sighted of the USA's big drug companies to move production offshore, according to Dr. Ezekiel Emanuel.
We should never be letting our chief global rival, China, produce most of our medicines.
He says the solution is to go back to where most of our drugs used to come from, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico produced most of the USA's drugs until a tax break ended in 2006, when companies turned to China and India. I'm Richard Johnson.
There is a $10,000 reward now for information leading to the arrest and conviction of any suspects for a shooting that left 6 people dead. This in California, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the Tulare County Sheriff's Department offering the reward. Sheriff Mike Boudreaux.
Detectives are still canvassing the area, looking for surveillance videos, asking for the public's help.
The killings have been described as, quote, cartel style. 4 people are dead after a small plane crash in Texas. The Department of Public Safety says one passenger who survived was rushed to a hospital in Victoria. Wreckage could be seen spread out across a pasture. The defending NBA champs make a trip to Washington, D.C. Tuesday.
President Biden welcomed the 2022 NBA champion Golden State Warriors to the White House.
You showed what you're all about. Heart and hustle.
The president commending the team on their achievements, but it wasn't all celebration. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr took part in a roundtable discussion on gun violence with senior White House advisors. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now Now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
It will be a cross-country trip aboard Air Force One to soak in the devastation left behind by atmospheric river rains out west.
President Biden will travel to California's Central Coast Thursday to visit areas that have been getting much-needed rains from years of drought, maybe too much rain. The White House said in a statement Monday that the president would visit with first responders, state and local officials, survey recovery efforts, and assess what additional federal support is needed. I'm Lance Pry.
The storms had killed at least 20 people. The man accused of killing 23 people in a mass shooting at an El Paso, Texas Walmart in 2019 will not face the death penalty in his federal trial. The U.S. Attorney's Office of the Western District of Texas says they will not seek to execute Patrick Crusius, who faces charges including 22 counts of hate crime resulting in death. The federal trial is scheduled to begin January 8th next year. Newer polling suggests former President Trump might get trounced by upstart Republican political star and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. During an appearance on the conservative talk podcast The Water Cooler, Trump pushed back, saying it would be a, quote, bad move for DeSantis to challenge him.
I got him elected, pure and simple. He would have never, if I said I wasn't going to endorse you, and I was close, there was no reason to go. What?
Trump, under intense legal pressure and scrutiny, announced a White House run shortly after the November midterm elections. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Thank you very much. I do believe that is my cue to get this party started. So, away we go. Full 5 hours comes your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Welcome aboard. Everybody jump on in here. There you go. All right, what do we got going on? Is there anything to talk about aside from classified documents? Good Lord. On and on and on. Of course, we have to give you the latest developments, so we'll cover it. What else, though? Lots on the slate. I've been digging, trying to find the latest because inquiring minds want to know. We'll have the latest industry headlines, updates on the southern border, a very interesting update. Remember last week, I had the meeting there in Mexico City, the North American leaders, the North American Summit. Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau, Joe Biden, and Mexico's president. Yes, some interesting documents were signed during that little meeting there. You always got to be wary when these world leaders get together. Speaking of which, we've got the latest on the big gathering in Switzerland, Davos, the World Economic Forum. What's going on there? Yeah, debauchery, to say the least. Updates. So yeah, lots to cover here. And we will also cover for some of our drivers out there who may want to be maybe altering your route depending on where your freight will be taking you in the 48 hours ahead of us here. Been talking for several days about a big cross-country storm that will be bringing with it all facets of weather, wintry weather. Yeah, big snow accumulations for some, severe weather in the south, including potential tornadoes, flooding rains for much of the eastern two-thirds of the country. At some point in time, if your travel plans have you taking I-80 through Nebraska, there's a good likelihood, according to the latest models, that it's going to be shut down for a period of time. Storm beginning to come together as it emerges out of the Rockies. The snow, it's lighter snow at the moment in the Denver area. Denver is poised to get hit with 6 to 10 inches of snow. Could be a January record for the Denver metro. Heavy snows at this hour, enhanced snowfall. Well to the east of Denver, you've got that northwestern area in Kansas, right over into eastern portions of Colorado, east central Colorado. And again, this is just the beginning of what will be a broad area stretching from, say, Denver all the way up into the UP and northern portions of lower Michigan. And along that line, might as well say the entire state of Nebraska is poised to get hit pretty hard. So let's start right there. Again, because some may be wanting to alter their travel plans, take maybe a more southerly route if possible. Yeah, AccuWeather's team of experts have been tracking this for several days. It's all the makings of a potent winter storm that's going to wallop more than 1,700 miles of the country with heavy travel-disrupting snow. Driving conditions will be difficult, if not impossible, during the height of the storm in portions of Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa, and Wisconsin, where the snow is going to come down at a rate too fast for the road crews, to be able to keep up with. Now, again, we've been tracking this. AccuWeather's been telling us about this for more than a week now, delivering another round of mountain snow and low elevation rain to the Four Corners region this past day. Wolf Creek Pass in Colorado accumulated 36 inches of snow from Monday evening into this past evening. Summer Haven, Arizona, 19 inches. Coalbank Pass in Colorado, 18 inches. Now, also picking up significant snowfall. This system's going to swing eastward into the Central Plains today, midweek Wednesday, and then stretch on up northeastward to the Great Lakes region by Thursday. But along that journey, the storm will drop a strip of heavy snow on the northern flank. Denver, Omaha, Nebraska, Des Moines, Iowa, Green Bay, Wisconsin, all among the metro areas likely to be in that corridor of road-clogging snowfall. Travel will be brutal in and around the Denver metro area, including at the city's international airport overnight tonight, Tuesday night, into midday Wednesday. Now, as of Tuesday afternoon, already nearly 200 flights at Denver International were canceled. Nearly another 200 already canceled for today, Wednesday. Latest forecast from AccuWeather for the Mile High City puts them in the zone for 6 to 10 inches, which could settle at historic levels for the month of January. Winter storm warning is in effect for Denver as of Tuesday morning, along with a slew of other winter weather alerts stretching from Colorado all the way into Wisconsin. Now, plan ahead. Have your emergency kit handy in your vehicle. All the essentials, first aid kit, blankets, water, snacks. In late December, we had a snowstorm in the greater Denver area that did indeed bring travel to a standstill. Numerous motorists were stranded for more than 8 hours. Be prepared. Now, even though the midsection of the country, no stranger to snow, we are in the heart of winter. Yes, several inches of snow in a short duration will still be enough to cause very tricky travel conditions. Now, as I mentioned, Interstate 80 could be impassable across Nebraska, where more than a foot of snow may fall, as well as along a stretch of I-29 from Omaha to Sioux Falls in South Dakota. It's in this part of the plains where snow totals could approach 24 inches, 2 feet of snow. Yeah, road closures are undoubtedly going to be occurring with the heavy snow and the windy conditions and reduced visibility. The Minneapolis area could receive a few inches of snow Wednesday night through Thursday, with more significant accumulation in locations to the south and east of the city. Looks like the Thursday morning commute in the Twin Cities will be slower than normal. Eastern portions of Iowa, snow may whiten the same ground that was churned up by tornadoes earlier this week. Forecasters expect enough mild air to flow into Chicago to limit the risk of wintry precip there. Some accumulating snow could still fall to the north and west of the Chicago metro area. Along the southern fringes of the snow, there will be some sleet and freezing rain that may occur from northern portions of Kansas, southeastern Nebraska to southern Iowa, and the lower peninsula of Michigan. Undoubtedly, untreated roads and sidewalks will quickly become slick, with ground temperatures expected to be right around the freezing mark ahead of the arrival of the precip. As the storm travels through the nation's midsection, we'll get to the downpours and severe weather that we anticipate on the southern flank of the storm. Further to the east, this system may bring another round of snow and icy conditions to parts of the interior northeast and New England for the latter half of the week ahead here. So again, as we speak, the storm coming together. Got some rain in central Oklahoma tonight. A pretty decent blotch of rainfall. It's light to moderate rain starting about Oklahoma City, then on north toward the Kansas line. Some spotty showers along that Kansas, Oklahoma line. So a little bit of rain already in southern portions of Missouri as well. But yeah, the snow really beginning to churn up as this storm is going to intensify as anticipated as it emerges out of the Rockies. All right, some of our travelers' weather as we get things underway here on what day is it? Hey, Mike. There you go. Looky there. 18th day of January. It's a hump day. Midweek already. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin is on board from Kansas City tonight. Hello, Steve. All the listeners, I know it's going to be a good show tonight. Down here in Palatka, Florida, we warmed up a bit this past day. It was a really nice day. I was out and about. Got to sit back, copy the mail like every night, enjoying everybody calling in. I'm going to sit there, copying the mail. It's the Cracker Box on board. Hello from the Plowboy, Huntsville, Alabama. Beautiful night with 58 degrees. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Have a safe night there. Yeah, Plowboy, I saw your little post that you shared on the Overnight Drive page there about the NASA rest stop rocket that's greeted people arriving to Alabama from Tennessee along I-65 for more than 4 decades. According to officials, it's rusting, needs to be replaced, and that welcome center's already been shut down, according to the tourism director. It's one of our industry headlines I thought we'd share with you. We'll give you more on that story and much more to cover as we roll into, again, a Wednesday. 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Joe. Joe Self on board. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. A nice 48 here in Winchester, Virginia. Happy Hump Day. Everybody have a good night. Good morning, Steve. Third shift workers, the wise old night owls. Rock Pick from Rochester, New York, checking in via the telephone. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. Hello from the Michigan Madman. There we go. There's Roy, 35, feels like 27 in Northwest Illinois tonight. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Everybody stay safe. 40 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Hello, Pappy. What day is it? What day is it? Hammer down, all you nocturnal drivers and listeners of the Overnight Drive Radio. Be safe. All right, there's Renegade. Good morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Good morning from Socorro, New Mexico. Heat wave says cold, dry, 37 degrees at this hour. Good morning from over by Big Timber, Montana. Hello, Daniel. 32 degrees at this hour. There's Samantha. Good morning, Steve. Dale and I are in Missouri, headed for Louisiana. It's 54 degrees here at this hour. I know you'll have another great show tonight. Please, all the drivers out there, be safe out there. Happy Hump Day, Bill Clinton's favorite day. You know, Hillary's got to leave the house every Wednesday. Thank you, Kevin. Bill, let's see. Good morning, Steve. I'm sitting at Caves in Lenexa, Kansas. How many days till Christmas? You know what? Truck and Phil will have the answer to that question in our final hour. You're right. Where's the dynamite? Hello, Midnight Special checking in from Columbia, South Carolina. Can't help but wonder if Kamala Harris is warming up for her big entrance. All right, good evening, Evan Williams. Good evening, Steve. Kind of a dreary night in Huntertown, Indiana tonight. Cliff is on board. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. That must be Larry. Of course it is. 31 degrees in Sugar Ties, New York. All right. Leonard says we've got 42 degrees in Niagara Falls, New York. Yeah, back to the NASA Rest Stop rocket. The fact that it's been up there so many years is pretty amazing, according to the director of Alabama Tourism. Yeah, the rocket's been there about 44 years. That Welcome Center opened in 1977. In 1979, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center donated the Saturn 1B rocket. It's 168 feet tall, 22 feet in diameter. It kind of stands as a symbol of Huntsville's role in the space program. A rocket was painted back in 2006. Yeah, more maintenance was done starting in 2014, but it has just been steadily deteriorating since then. It was starting to fall apart. We've got from complaints for years about it. The Saturn 1B, one of 3 Saturn rockets developed in Huntsville, more powerful than the earlier Saturn 1, was designed for orbital training missions with both the Apollo spacecraft and lunar module. NASA ordered the completion of 12 Saturn 1B rockets, but only 9 were actually launched, supporting Apollo, Skylab, and the Apollo-Soyuz test project missions. So the rusty rocket still stands, but not for much longer, they say. When it comes down, it'll be like the state kind of lost a beloved, familiar old friend. People, when they see it, they think, oh, we're almost in Alabama. For Alabamans headed north, it kind of symbolizes leaving home. Now, for Midwesterners headed toward the Gulf Coast, it was a landmark on the way to the beach. Now, Santel was previously the first director of marketing at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, actually recruited the first 100,000 students to space camp. So he's especially aware of the emotional impacts this rocket's had on the psyche of Alabama residents and visitors there. But we've been waiting because that particular Welcome Center has been on the schedule for about 10 years to be replaced. You got to clean that out, tear things down. Restoring the rocket may be too expensive and impractical. So just to take it down, clean it up, and put it back up, that's $1 million. It might not be the best idea. It may be time for it to go. Yeah, that was never intended to be anywhere for this duration of time. Again, 44 years. Yeah, we're hoping Huntsville can offer up maybe a new icon for the future, illustrating NASA's plan to return to the moon and eventually go to Mars. What Huntsville needs to market is the next big project, going back to the moon. Instead of people saying nothing ever changes, it really does. What Huntsville is undergoing right now is enormous success and redevelopment. We'd like to see something that kind of symbolizes that. I think we can do the same thing with the current project. So, Yeah, we're still selling the idea of what's happening at the Marshall Space Flight Center. Yeah, I'm for putting up something that's maybe future. The project does need input from NASA. There is discussion going on with the Marshall Space Flight Center. That's who will decide ultimately what goes there. In the meantime, if you're looking for a welcome center coming south into Alabama on Interstate 65, you have to pass by the rocket, but you're going to have to wait a few extra miles because it's already been relocated to Highway 31 in Athens, apparently. But there you go, that icon along the Tennessee-Alabama line. Copy in the mail, 5-7. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 29 degrees in Fremont, Nebraska. Where Jeff Philly Dan been? Or am I just missing the check? Okay. Special shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Nebraska tonight. And Daniel, let's see, thinking this morning, remembering Sugar Bear with what's going on in the nation today. You got to bring back that famous pencils for everyone. We're praying for Sugar Bear, family, and friends. Yes, indeed. Pencils for everyone. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The White House remains mum on the topic of classified documents found in President Biden's possession, even at his private home in Delaware. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre referred reporters to other administration departments.
We are consistent with what we have said on cooperating fully with the Department of Justice on this issue, and we will continue to cooperate fully with the special counsel.
The White House also calling on Republican leaders in Congress to focus on raising the nation's debt ceiling without conditions. Two high-profile conservative lawmakers are now receiving committee assignments after being stripped of them in the Democratic-controlled House in 2021. House Republicans gave Representatives Marjorie Taylor Greene and Paul Gosar spots on the Oversight and Accountability Committee, which plans to launch several investigations into President Biden and his administration. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing, and paying your taxes, and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, lines are open and clear at 844-844-3388. Welcome into a hump day. I came across a little blurb this past morning going through social media, and it was the Miss Universe pageant. I didn't know if it was something current or maybe from last year or the year before. Didn't know how old it was, but it was Miss USA actually being crowned as Miss Universe. So you recall several weeks back, we spoke to Big Ed's niece, Ashley Earhart, who was a part of the Miss USA pageant. And we delved a little bit into some of the controversy that surrounded that pageant. The idea of the judges, 6 judges from Texas, and the irony of, Miss Texas won the pageant. And there were some complaints, and I think nearly all the other competitors felt like there was favoritism showed to Miss Texas. You recall that conversation. And there was supposedly an investigation that was underway, if I remember correctly, that was being handled by the Miss Universe. They're I guess the head of the pageants. And I just thought, was that the Miss Texas we were talking about involved in the controversy that was just crowned Miss Universe? So I gave Big Ed a call a few hours ago here, and we talked about it briefly, and he said, yes. That was this past weekend. I said, Ed, is this the Miss Universe way of just stifling and pretty much shutting down the investigation that there was maybe any favoritism to the Miss USA? It was just, there's 84 women from around the world competing for the Miss Universe crown. So I did a little search here after speaking to Ed. I found via the Houston Chronicle first, just pretty much the announcement that Arbonne Gabriel, the 28-year-old Houston native, was indeed crowned the 71st Miss Universe last weekend, competing as Miss USA. The model, fashion designer, beating out Miss Venezuela and Miss Dominican Republic, who were also in the top 3 for that coveted title. Competition was held in New Orleans with 84 women, again, from around the world vying for that crown. back in October, she's the one. Gabriel made history when she became the first Asian American, as well as the first woman of Filipino descent to win Miss USA. She was also the first Filipina to win Miss Texas. Gabriel runs her own independent clothing label out of Houston. She's also a sewing instructor at Houston-based nonprofit Magpies and Peacocks, which collects and reuses post-consumer clothing, scrap textiles, and accessories diverted from landfills to create what they call sustainable clothing. And then Eb was kind of telling me about, not only did Miss Texas win the costume contest there in the Miss USA pageant, she came out. He said, "Steve, you gotta find the video of the Miss Universe costume competition." Now, he was describing this Miss Texas as probably doesn't weigh but like 95 pounds, little thing. And the costume itself weighed over 30 pounds. So I did pull up that video, and I was like, well, what the hell? Miss USA has landed was the headline. Dateline Houston. In the costume competition, she took the stage in the Miss Universe costume show. She literally wore the moon. Her costume in homage to NASA's Apollo 11 lunar landing and the current Artemis program included an actual scale-size moon being held up over her head by an intricate frame surrounded by silver stars and an outfit decked with red, white, and blue lights. And she carried an American flag to complete the look. Now, on July the 20th, 1969, 2 U.S. astronauts became the first humans to step foot on the moon, accomplishing one of the most remarkable achievements in human history. Fast forward today, and women are involved more than ever in the Artemis program, aiming to send the U.S. back to the moon, says Gabriel, describing her costume. As a Houston native, where the NASA Space Center is located, I'm proud to be from a city working to send the first female to the moon, she says. Houston, of course, location of NASA's Johnson Space Center, a home of mission control for human spaceflight mission and astronaut training centers. She said the purpose of the costume was to inspire women in all spaces across the universe to dream big, shoot for the moon, and achieve something out of this world. But again, the costume weighed in excess of 33 pounds. So, and as Ed described, she was, having a difficult time even maintaining her balance with that heavy costume. Are you with me?
I'm with you there, Steve.
What's going on, Doc Holliday?
Hey, Sugar Bear didn't call in the other night, did he?
Oh, he did. Yes, indeed, he did.
Oh, he did? I missed it. Okay, because I told him to call. I gave him the number to call in Sunday night and Monday morning, and I didn't know if he called or not because I was in the bed that night, but he did call.
He was the first caller of the morning, as a matter of fact, and he sounded like the old Sugar Bear, but kind of explained what's going on, and it didn't sound good.
Right, it ain't good. It ain't good. But I talked with him the night he called in. I talked to him that day and gave him your number and told him, I said, you ought to call Steve. He'd love to hear from you. So he took the number down. So good. I'm glad he called.
He sure did.
But Steve, that Miss USA thing, did you know that there's one state in the United States that does not participate, that said they cannot participate anymore in the next Miss USA pageant?
I was not aware. Which state is it?
Yeah. Well, it's a state out west. So what state do you think it is?
State out west. California?
No, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, Steve. They can't find nobody that wants to be Miss Idaho. Yep.
Oh,
They
boy.
can't find nobody wants to be in Idaho.
Leave it to the smartest man in the world, Idaho.
Yep, Idaho. So they had to get out of the pageant there for that reason. But Steve, you're talking about that man on the moon thing. Now, I want you to think about this, okay? Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon, correct?
Correct.
That's what they say. But see, I've been studying this, Steve.
Oh, no.
And I could be, I don't know, maybe the smartest man in the world, but I've looked at this from every angle. If Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon, who was standing out there on the ground filming him? Because the filming, the way it is, they show him coming out of the spaceship and all that from another angle. They couldn't have been filming it from the spaceship. They had to be on the ground with the camera filming this, Steve. And I've studied this, and I have determined that Neil Armstrong was not the first man on the moon.
Okay. Ed, I mean, Doc, they actually had a camera that was mounted at some point out on the structure of the actual lunar lander, is the way it was explained.
Well, that's what that may be the way they explained it. But Steve,
You don't buy it. You don't buy it.
I don't buy it, and I really believe that Monkey Gouger went up on that spaceship, and they couldn't tell nobody that he was on it, and they let him get off first, and he filmed that guy coming. He filmed Neil Armstrong coming on the spaceships. I think Monkey Gouger was the first man on the moon, Steve.
Oh, boy.
Yep, that's my theory. And I've studied this, and it just all falls together. Because Monkey Gouger, about that time, would have been old enough to go up on that thing, maybe. But he'd been small enough to hide out and film Neil Armstrong on the thing.
He might have been a stowaway on the Apollo mission.
I think he was, Steve. But really, though, you think about it, I mean, it wasn't filmed from nothing mounted on the spaceship because of the way the angle was. So I got an aunt, some older aunts and uncles, and they still believe to this day that they filmed that out in the desert somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I guess there's a number of people that actually believe that was like a Hollywood set out there in the desert somewhere. I know.
Nah, I don't believe. I believe they went because have you seen the rocket ship take off? Where'd the rocket ship go if it didn't go to the moon? Did it?
Right.
Did it go out to the desert or what?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, when you sit there and watch it, but just remember this: when they had the Miss USA pageant, there won't be no Miss Idaho next year. So
I'll have to watch for that. Okay.
And I'm going to bed. I just wanted to check in. I just got in here in South Carolina. It's real nice weather. It's like it's been raining a little bit today here, but I got to unload the morning. Hope it ain't raining in the morning here. I'm in Greenville, South Carolina. If you could check the weather right quick for me, but I don't think it's going to be raining here in the morning.
Yeah, in the morning I think you'll be okay. It's going to be a little bit later, probably into Thursday before the rain gets over your way.
Then I got to head down to Mississippi tomorrow and load, so I think I'll run into it down there. But
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to Mississippi, you'll be kind of headed into the belly of the beast because that's where some of those stronger storms, I mean, the severe weather are going to be breaking out there.
All right, well, I'll check it out. So anyway, prayers for Sugar Bear, everybody. Y'all keep praying for him. The doctors, you've heard of miracles happening before. Everybody's heard of a miracle that somebody be eat up with cancer and a doctor come in the next day and couldn't find no cancer. I've heard, one or two stories like that.
Yes, sir.
So let's just keep prayers for Sugar Bear that he gets through this. If he don't get through it, just pray that he don't suffer and all that, go through any pain. Let's just pray that he find comfort and peace in everything. So that's all I got tonight, Steve. Talk to you later.
All right. Good to hear from you, Doc Holliday. Prayers. I know a lot of people praying for Sugar Bear. Sad. I mean, difficult to get that news. The doctors sit you down and say, quite honestly, there's nothing we can do. You've got maybe days, maybe weeks, the question marks. All right, we know there's one thing that we all must at some point in our lives face, and that is the end. No one lives forever. Sad but true, right? All right, we'll get a quick time out here. Severe weather in Alabama and Georgia from last week has resulted in both states enacting emergencies that include the temporary suspension of the hours of service, as well as other requirements. That amongst our industry headlines we'll get to coming up.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. We're going back to last week's system. Winds up to 60 miles per hour, widespread severe thunderstorms, tornadoes in several counties in the state of Georgia, where the severe weather conditions that created the emergency situation for that state, effective for 30 days or until emergency conditions end. Georgia is suspending hours of service requirements for operators of commercial vehicles to ensure the uninterrupted supply of goods and services, including petroleum products, propane, and heating fuels. Assistance from the state is necessary to provide the public's safety and mitigate potential consequences of this severe weather system, says the order. The Georgia DOT and the Georgia Department of Public Safety shall take necessary action to ensure the movement of utility vehicles, equipment, and personnel to eliminate power outages in the state. Also, state agencies shall provide sufficient personnel and other resources needed to protect life and property. All that according to the order. Alabama, pretty much similar, straight line winds, lightning, hail, tornadoes, significant damage to property, which has seriously disrupted essential utility services and systems there. This severe weather event poses extraordinary conditions of disaster and extreme peril to the safety of persons and property within the state, according to the Alabama order. The federal hours of service requirements are waived for 30 days as it relates to emergency or disaster-related materials, supplies, goods, and services. Pretty much the same as the previous Georgia order. Transporters are responsible for having proper oversized signs, markings, flags, and escorts defined in the state's rules and regulations. Federal requirements not mentioned by this order remain in effect. Of course, we also had the weather wreaking havoc in California and Nevada, with those states also issuing emergencies. But just kind of disturbing in the mix are those states of Alabama, Georgia, that could again see rounds of severe weather. Selma, Alabama, which garnered some of the most significant damage with last week's storm, could very well be under the gun with several rounds. Let's break down that severe weather threat. And, looking at the timing here, it looks like Doc Holliday, you might get into Mississippi before the rough stuff arrives, because it looks like it's going to be later Wednesday night into Thursday morning when the severe weather is expected to even persist through the overnight hours, moving into northeast Mississippi, western Tennessee, western Alabama as well. But, severe weather in the offing. Tornadoes across the southern states today into Thursday and Thursday night. Some of the same cities and towns that were hit by the damaging weather just a week ago. A developing surge of warm air is likely to be enough to again give these storms more of a boost than you would typically see this time of year, the winter months. Meanwhile, the storm will be likely have a strong enough jet stream to support multiple severe thunderstorms capable of creating not only strong straight-line wind gusts, hail, flash flooding, and at least a few tornadoes. I mean, we're talking straight-line winds approaching 75 miles per hour in some of these stronger storms. I mean, that's comparable to a Category 1 hurricane. Of the two severe weather threat days, with this setup, Wednesday to Wednesday night, looks to be the more robust of the 2 days. Last week's outbreak, it was Thursday, far more active of the 2 days. But the severe threat ramps up quickly later today, Wednesday, from the northwest Gulf Coast to the Ozark Mountains and the middle portions of the Mississippi Valley and parts of the lower Ohio Valley. A moderate risk of severe storms is likely to exist from near the Louisiana-Texas border to the borders of Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Missouri later this afternoon into Wednesday evening. And again, some of those stronger storms will persist through the nighttime hours on Wednesday as they move into Mississippi, western Tennessee, and Alabama. Now, along with the risk of severe weather today and Wednesday night will be an elevated risk of urban and small stream flash flooding from northern Louisiana to southern Ohio. Now, since water levels have pretty significantly dropped on the secondary rivers since last week, the risk of river flooding should be low. No flooding expected on the Ohio or Mississippi rivers, as water levels are still recovering from their historically low levels over the summer. And we're also receding from the rain that we saw earlier this month. Looking ahead Thursday, the risk of severe storms will include some areas still recovering again from last week's deadly tornadoes. Thursday's weather threat zone extends from southern Alabama to central portions of Georgia into the Carolinas, and as far north as Ohio and western Pennsylvania. All modes of severe weather again will be possible Thursday with the potential for a few tornadoes. However, overall, the severe weather threat is lower for Thursday compared to today, Wednesday. Now, of course, the historic city of Selma, Alabama, was among the hardest hit locations with last week's tornado outbreak. AccuWeather forecasters say that city will indeed be among those at risk for this next round of severe storms as we look ahead toward Thursday. All right, coming up, we'll get back to the calls. Looks like Eagle will be checking in for the first time here in the new week as we already rolling into Hump Day. Boy, just like that, midweek. Yeah, before we get to Eagle, we'll break down El Paso declaring a state of emergency last month. The ongoing border crisis. They say signs are popping up telling drivers to watch out for unexpected pedestrians. I mean, people are popping up in the streets everywhere. And you have signs trying to mitigate an increase in crashes occurring along the border with this influx of migrants. We'll give you more on that and get back with more of your calls. Want to jump on board? It is 844-3388. So there you go. Heading into a Wednesday morning. What are we looking at? 18th day of January. As we hit the midnight hour on the Central Time Zone, we will welcome you in as well. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. The United States is once again teetering on the brink of financial default if Congress does not act on the debt ceiling.
Congress must deal with the debt limit and must do so without conditions.
The conditions White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre is referring to include Republican moves to use the debt ceiling as a way to force cut in social programs. They include Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. The U.S. expected to hit its borrowing limit on Thursday. I'm John Schaefer.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell asking the Department of Justice to treat President Biden and former President Trump equally. The call comes as the DOJ is looking into the possession of classified documents at both Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort and at Biden's Washington office and home in Delaware. The White House staying tight-lipped on the matter. Plans in motion to probe more deeply into the origins of the novel coronavirus.
Congressional lawmakers plan to launch an investigation, and experts say there needs to be a deep dive like we did for 9/11.
Looked at, what did we miss, what happened, what went wrong, and how can we fix this?
Professor Gerald Parker at Texas A&M, he says there are flaws in the theory that COVID came from a Wuhan wet market.
There is no direct evidence of either origin, natural or from a lab.
Unfortunately, without pressure from the United States government, China will never allow an independent investigation team in country. I'm Lance Pry.
3 weeks of relentless rains winding down in California. Spokesman Brian May from the Governor's Office of Emergency Services.
These 11 storms that have come through combined have dropped 22 trillion gallons of water. That's enough to cover the entire state of California in 15 inches of water.
The storms have killed at least 20 people and have turned neighborhoods into lakes, roads into rivers, and forced tens of thousands of people from their homes. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
6 people murdered in what police in Central California call a, quote, cartel-style execution. The Tulare County Sheriff's Office says the gunman opened fire at a home Monday morning in Goshen, southeast of Fresno.
This is a known home to our department. This is where gang activity has routinely occurred in the past.
That's Sheriff Mike Boudreau. There is a $10,000 reward now for information leading to the arrest and conviction of any suspects responsible for the killings. A San Francisco task force on reparations recommending the city make a one-time payment of $5 million to each eligible black resident.
They're also saying that they want to give those folks $97,000 a year for 250 years.
That's San Francisco Republican Party Chair John Dennis, who is against the proposal because the total far exceeds the budget. The proposed redress could cost San Francisco $50 billion. The city's total 2023 budget is $14 billion. He says it would be a bad move for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to make a run at the White House.
So, now I hear he might want to run against me, so we'll handle that the way I handle things.
Former President Trump speaking Monday on One Conservative Talk podcast. Trump, under intense legal pressure and scrutiny, announced a White House run shortly after the November midterm elections. More recently, polls have shown Florida Governor DeSantis beating Trump in hypothetical matchups. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2. Hello to all the listening friends out there. I scrolled down and hello, whoever got tuned in over in Germany. I see Switzerland on board. Good to have you with us. Yeah, miracles of internet, modern technology. Literally anywhere around the world they can tune in. And of course, have some friends listening in north of the border there in Canada. Yeah, back to El Paso, Texas. There's literally signs popping up. Beware, watch for unexpected pedestrians. Yeah, to mitigate an increase in crashes, many of which have since been tied to human trafficking incidents. Just yesterday morning, a car carrying 9 illegals ran off the road in south central El Paso. Texas Department of Public Safety said that crash occurred a little before 7 a.m. next to the city's University Medical Center. Another episode recalled by KFOX-TV involved the death of a 12-year-old Mexican girl this past weekend. She was reportedly hit and killed by a car while attempting to cross the border highway with a group of people. These incidents that are occurring with the migrants possibly crossing Loop 375 or I-1, that's always been a problem due to the fact that transnational crime organizations don't care about the lives of the migrants. It goes back on us patrolling, according to the Border Patrol. Us being out there doing the job to prevent these tragedies. Ultimately, the responsibility of the tragedies that are happening falls on the criminal organizations that are smuggling the migrants. In response to the death, Rivera confirmed Customs and Border Protection would work hard to patrol the area. An additional 10 signs across El Paso's Executive Center. A number of streets are also being planted, warning of watch out for pedestrians. All right, it is 844-844-3388. And just heard in the news break there, one of the final stories there toward the end of of what is being described as a drug cartel, essentially assassination that occurred in California earlier this week. These are the things that are coming into America via our southern border. The cartels, the gangs. Hello to Eagle in Texas. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm not in Texas tonight, brother. I'm back out on the road again. Took a couple of days off. I'm rolling right. Well, I'm at the truck stop right now, but yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight. I couldn't get in last night because I was watching the football game last night. Dallas Cowboys and who the hell? I forgot who the hell they played. Tampa Bay played last night. Yeah, Buccaneers. Yeah, I was watching that ball game last night, so I couldn't get in the call. But yeah, they got a lot of interesting things going on, Steve. Yeah, I'll get to the border situation in a minute, but I wanted to say something. Last time I had talked to you last week, that Elvis Presley, his daughter had died, Lisa Marie, and they still haven't given really no answer. I don't know when they planning on having the burial. I know she's going to be buried at the Graceland in Memphis, but I haven't heard when that date is going to take place. But we'll see how that goes. But they haven't said what was the cause of her death, as far as I know. So I'm still trying to look into that situation. And I ain't heard nothing about the other lady either. Diamond, the one that was Diamond and Silk.
Yeah,
she died last week too. So I don't know if they don't bury her or what they did with the situation with her. So, like I say, 2 untimely deaths in the last couple of weeks. It's a bad deal going on. I don't know what the hell's going on, but some crazy stuff. Now, Steve, like I said, before I get to the border, I wanted to chime in on one other thing. Now, I've discussed with you before this press secretary. I don't even like to say her name because I don't like her and I don't like what she stands for or nothing. I told you that months ago. She is definitely the worst, and I do mean the worst press secretary that we've ever had associated with the U.S. of A. This man, the Peter Doocy, or what? He's the only guy, Steve, with the guts to ask this woman some serious, top-notch questions when it concerns good old Joe Biden and the Biden crime family. She's the only one that has the guts. He's the only one that has the guts, and she continues to backtrack, Steve, day after day, lie after lie. This woman here is nothing but a paid liar for Joe Biden and his family, and it's a complete embarrassment how she can get up on that podium and say what she say day after day. And like I said, I wouldn't take the heat for somebody else anyway, Steve. Not for Joe Biden. Like I say, I would have resigned a long time ago. She can't be that stupid. There's no way I'm going to get up on that podium and lie and tell every lie in the book trying to cover for Joe Biden. I can find something else to do with my time. That's my advice to her. If she was smart, she would resign and find something else to do. But like I said, if she wants to continue embarrassing herself, go ahead and do what you got to do. But like I said, Steve, you and I both know that Joe Biden, he tried to say that he had him in a secure place. I got, like I told you last week, Steve, these classified documents being in the garage by his Corvette, as Joe Biden likes to say, it was in a secure location. He didn't do anything wrong. And like I say, it's only 6 years or more after he left the White House. Yeah, but he still says that he cooperated fully with the government. As they like to say on CNN television, Steve, there's a big difference between Donald Trump and the Joe Biden situation. They're saying that Joe Biden cooperated with the authorities. Donald Trump didn't. How is Joe Biden cooperating with the authorities, Steve, when he had the papers for over 6 years after he left vice president? That don't sound like he cooperating to me. But like I say, they got their own agenda when it comes to that, Steve. Now, let's get to another cause. One of the biggest problems that Joe Biden has occurred, and it's down here, well, in the great state, well, it used to be a great state. Well, I'm not going to even call it that anymore, Steve. I just call it Texas because ain't nothing great about it no more since Joe Biden got in the White House, and that's a damn shame. But when you were just talking about the border situation, it's totally out of control, and we've been talking about it for years now, Steve. It's not just the drugs that are coming in. It's not just the people. Now we got the cartel people coming in. They just gave an update, and I seen it myself on a video earlier tonight. They had a killing of over a family of 6 people in California. I think it was in Los Angeles. Look, a cartel type killing, the way they kill people in South America. And these people, more than likely, they came across the border illegally due to Joe Biden's stupidity. And we're going to continue to see these type of crimes in America, Steve. And Joe Biden, like I say, he had the nerve to say last week he went down to the border. He didn't accomplish absolutely nothing. That was nothing but a photo shoot to get people off his back, because he's been hearing people been saying, when the hell are you going to the border? It's been over 2 years. It's nothing but a photo shoot. He didn't accomplish absolutely nothing. When he went to Mexico to talk to the Mexican president, that accomplished absolutely nothing because the border is still wide open. Drugs are still coming in. Cartel people are still coming in. And the United States is going slowly but surely down the drain. Due to this man's stupidity, Steve. I asked you this question last week, Steve. Have you been to the grocery store lately? Have you seen the prices of some of these items in the store? It is simply embarrassing for people to pay $6 or $7 for a dozen of eggs. What'd you say?
I'm laughing. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I do the grocery shopping in this house. Yeah.
Yeah. I went to the grocery store over the weekend, Steve, when I was at home, and I almost fell out in the grocery store because normally my girlfriend does all the shopping. I almost fell out, and they almost had to perform CPR on me like that football player a couple of weeks ago. That's how these prices are sky high. The inflation. I never thought I'd see the prices in a grocery store in America, Steve. It's ridiculous. There was a guy in front of me in line, Steve. Family of 4, and when they rang up the total for this man's grocery bill, I was in shock. It was almost $450. That's how much this man paid, and he really didn't have that much stuff in his grocery basket. His bill totaled $450. Like I say, I don't see how the average American people can continue with this inflation, Steve. These prices is bad enough. The food is sky high, the gasoline is sky high, the home prices, anything else, the heating and cooling or whatever is sky high. And like I told you before, Steve, anybody that continues to support Joe Biden, anybody who tells me that they're a Joe Biden man, they're voting for him in 2024, somebody like Joe Biden, I turn the other way and walk off because those people have nothing to say to me because Joe Biden has shown me everything that he needs to show me, and it's not good. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Have a good morning. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve. And, of course, the most informed audience tuned in from Stockbridge, Michigan. Got 38 degrees, kind of misty, a little windy. Special shout-out to my dad, who's celebrating his 95th birthday today. He lives in Seminole, Florida with my stepmom, and they're doing great. Yeah, easy for me to remember how old he is. I'll be 65 in March, and he's 30 years older. And my son's 30 years younger than me. Talk to my dad at least once a week. He still has a great sense of humor. Also, hello to Norman, Gary, Barry, and Gerald, along with the many others that I used to chat with. Very sorry to hear about Billy the Kid. Very sad. Praying for his family. All right. Also, praying for Sugar Bear. Hopefully a speedy recovery. Remember, God loves all the hard-working men and women out there. Have another great show as always. Thank you very much, Dipsy Driver. Good to have you with us. And just a short note there from Big John. Good morning, Steve and everyone. A cool 38 degrees, New Holland, Ohio tonight. Everybody stay safe. Big John. And we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Bolt, the Def Leppard fan. Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Bolt checking in. It's 54 at the home 20 in Delray, West Virginia. It was the same at the state police barracks when I left work earlier. Word of advice: do not go the wrong way on the interstate while drunk. It won't get you far. All right, Dad told me about Billy the Kid. May he rest in peace. Thoughts out to the family. Be safe out there, all the listeners. Very good. All right, the big World Economic Forum enters day number 3 in Davos in the Swiss Alps. Can you believe the sex workers are standing by, ready to receive these hundreds of top world leaders gathered for the World Economic Forum? Various reports in recent days have shed light on how the world's oldest profession is serving global elites at the meeting in the resort town of Davos, Switzerland. where prostitution, by the way, is legal. The World Economic Forum meets every year in Davos to consider new policies to manage the global economy. A 2020 investigation by a British news outlet, The Times, found that at least 100 sex workers travel to Davos to ply their trade during the annual World Economic Forum. Ahead of the meeting, the managing director of one escort service based about 2 hours away said that they already had 11 reservations and another 25 inquiries for the coming week. I assume there will be more, the director said. As soon as a customer books one of our ladies for at least 4 hours, she drives into the mountains. The director said Davos attendees book escorts for themselves and their employees to party in the hotel suites, with the longest ever booking lasting for 3 days. There's a German tabloid reported that it spoke with an escort named Liana about her work at Davos. She said that she had an appointment Monday evening with a regular American customer, charging the equivalent of $2,300 for a full night. She said she dresses to blend in with the business attire that some hotels require. A German sex worker takes to Twitter, describing her experience firsthand. Date in Switzerland during the World Economic Forum means first looking at security guards' gun muzzles in the hotel corridor at 2 a.m., and then sharing the giveaway chocolates from the restaurants with them and gossiping about the rich. About 2,700 people are there for the annual meeting this week, including 11 members of Congress, as well as our FBI Director, Christopher Wray. The Davos meeting has long been male-dominated, with the number of female attendees usually 18 to 20%. Get together, have a good time there at the World Economic Forum. Interesting. Hello, 5-7.
Oh, Steve, you just screwed all of us drivers out here, all of us men. I mean, $2,300? That should never get out. Now, all of our wives are going to be looking at us and saying, you gripe because I spend an extra $50 and I sleep with you every night.
Uh-oh.
You screwed us all, buddy. Now, I want to back up Doc's, assertion about I know that we're told by NASA an arm swung out, had a camera on it, and it swung out way out there and it showed him climbing down. That's not so. Last Saturday, I watched a documentary, and it was a rocket to the moon, and it was. And do you realize we went to the moon in 1958? And it was a private citizen built the rocket, and the U.S. Air Force was finally sent in right at the last hour, the 11th hour, to confiscate the rocket, saying that it was in national security issue. You couldn't have private citizens building such things. Well, that scientist snuck into his rocket and had recruited a couple of delinquents to come in the ship with him, and they said they didn't know how to operate the thing. He said, I'll tell you what to do. And they climbed in there, lit up the igniters. The Air Force officer was showing this rocket to his wife, real pretty young thing. Well, he hears the igniters going off, so he and his wife run into the rocket, and boom, they all take off for the moon. There's five people heading to the moon in 1958.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they ended up landing on the moon, and they had their the spacesuits back then were more advanced. I mean, they weren't bulky. And then they got out of the rocket, and they were walking around, and all of a sudden they seen these rocks, and they were moving, and they were trying to surround them. Now listen, the average person can run 5 miles an hour easy. These rocks looked like they were moving 2 miles an hour. But the rocks were getting to surround these guys. And the Air Force officer says, hey, look, over here, a cave. Let's jump in the cave. That's Air Force for you. Well, they run into this cave,
And when they got into the cave, there was a torch with fire, and he says, "Wait a minute, there's air in this." So he took his helmet off, and they were able to breathe. Make a short story long.
Yeah.
It was inhabited by a bunch of women, and every one of them looked like Barbara Eden, same kind of outfits, and absolutely beautiful women, and none of them more than like 20 to 35 max, and they were controlled by one female, the alpha female, and it was mental telepathy. She controlled the whole bunch of women with the mental, and they all had to obey her. Well, obviously, I think one point in this documentary, the Earth woman that looks around, she's wearing a pantsuit, and she says, she looks at all these half naked women. She goes, "If I knew I was going to have competition, I wouldn't have dressed for this occasion." And well, that was funny. Well, the alpha female decided she wanted that Air Force officer, and she ended up hypnotizing him, and they had this great dinner to welcome the Earthlings. Well, the alpha female said they all had to be killed, except for that Air Force officer. And the first one to be executed be his wife, because she wasn't going. She wasn't Mormon. So, so they take her down.
What was the name of this? What was the name of this movie? 5-7. What the?
It wasn't a movie. It was a documentary. They tie her up in the cave, and there's this great big huge spider. Now I'll make the short story long. At the end of this, they rescue this woman. They get away, and one of the women had a hots for one of the other guys, the young guys.
Yeah, right.
And so,
well, I got to pause there because we got to hit the news break on time, if you know what I mean. But science fiction at its best.
USA News Update. The Golden State Warriors are celebrating their 2022 NBA championship win at the White House. President Biden congratulated the team this afternoon, calling the organization one of the most successful franchises in basketball history. He said the team is all about heart and hustle. The president praised the team for rallying the nation against gun violence and speaking out against racism. Head coach Steve Kerr said he took part in a roundtable discussion on gun violence with senior White House advisors. Natural disasters are displacing millions of Americans. New data from the U.S. Census Bureau shows that 3.3 million Americans were displaced by natural disasters in 2022, with 1 million of those solely from Florida. The state was hit by Hurricane Ian in September, which killed over 100 people and cost billions of dollars in insured losses. The United Nations is calling natural disaster displacement one of the most devastating impacts of climate change. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Today, those interested in maintaining healthy blood sugar glucose levels still have limited choices when it comes to good-tasting, thirst-quenching beverages. One brand expanding consumer choice for blood sugar-friendly beverages is Glucodown, manufactured by publicly traded Glucose Health Incorporated, trading under the symbol GLUC, a leader in America's true growth industry, diabetes-friendly functional beverages. Glucodown's prebiotic fiber blocks the body's absorption of dietary sugars, moderates after-meal increases in glucose levels, and helps maintain regular digestive health. Every nutritious and delicious serving has no sugar, no caffeine, and is a great source of prebiotic-soluble fiber. All 8 flavors are dietitian recommended to maintain blood sugar in a healthy range. Available at CVS, Publix, online at Walmart.com, and a top category choice on Amazon. For more information on the company, visit GLUCreport.com. To begin maintaining your blood sugar in a healthy range, visit Amazon and search Glucodown, GLUCO, down.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Eskimo Mom. Hope your week's off to a good start there, right? First night on the road, right? Howdy from Franklin, Indiana. Doing a drop and hook while waiting on the manager to show up and check me in. I'll find out when I get back if this will be my only load of the day or if they've got something else. But we're clear, 41 degrees at this hour. Buckwheat. Listening into the start of a great show, just wondering if I'm going to need an armed escort for my load today. I'm picking up a load of eggs at a New York farm and headed west to Middlebury, Indiana. Thanks for all you do, Steve Summers, for us drivers out here. And let's see, Raymond says, what is he drinking or smoking? 5-7 has lost it. I'm thinking, yeah, whatever this documentary is. Hey, if you're looking for another very interesting documentary to view maybe this weekend, yeah, pull up Spaceman's old favorite, yeah, The True Story of Christmas. Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. You'll need to check that out.
Yeah, y'all laugh. Next time you laugh, you flip your flip phone open, and just remember Captain Kirk flipping his phone open there in 1965, you know. And the only thing that would have made that good is if Captain Kirk was trying to get a signal and holding the thing way over his head, trying to look for a signal, you know. And then not getting it, take out his ray gun and shoot down the ship. That would have been good. Hey, they ought to let me write this stuff. But no, this documentary, I'm telling you, it's a documentary. I'm backing up Doc Holliday. There was somebody there that was videotaping them coming down off the ladder. Because we've been there since 1958. Now listen, the best part of this was, you know, they eventually escaped. The one girl that helped them escape and rescue the woman, she died, so these Earth people could get to the ship. Well, mindfully, the Air Force officer sitting there with his wife, and they're heading toward the Earth, and they can see it on the Earth on the screen. And the woman goes, think about it. The woman goes, "You think she was prettier than I was?" And he goes, "Oh, the only thing more prettier than you is the Earth, picture of the Earth." I'm thinking, I just sentenced my wife to be eaten by a huge spider, and the best she could come up with was, "You think she was prettier than I was?" I got a funny feeling my wife would be kicking me in the head with a broom. So I'm telling you, there was somebody there. I'm backing Doc up. I mean, and I do want to know, that's not the only one. There's several more that have, and when they get there, there's women on the moon, and they're beautiful. They never get to bring them back, though, and I don't understand that. But, I'm just, hey, listen, think about this. The stealth wing has been since the 40s, World War II. And they found out it wasn't very maneuverable, but they couldn't follow it on radar. So they knew about stealth back in the 40s. And the first stealths were basically had propeller engines in them, eventually went to rockets. But like I said, next time you pop out your flip phone, think about that, 1965. So sci-fi isn't always that much sci-fi. And, hey, sorry, my personal hero, Tex, I know he thinks we never made it. It was all filmed somewhere down here on Earth and all, but basis. I know he can handle it. Any man that can say that it doesn't matter what a woman looks like as long as she can cook and clean.
There you go.
I got a funny feeling Mrs. Summers is going to go make a GoFundMe page and have him shipped up to the truck show. So, and when he shows up, she's going to have a bucket and a mop waiting for him. So, other than that, we're going to sit back and enjoy the show. How about it?
All right, more like a casual Friday with 5-7. There you go. All right, under industry headlines, let me switch pages here. We all recall most of us probably had seen the video of the train versus truck incident a few weeks ago in Tennessee that ultimately caused 3 engines and I believe 11 rail cars to derail that left the 2 train workers injured. Driver of the semi-truck has now been charged. Collegedale police arresting George Luis Cruz Vega, 64 years old, of Martinez, Georgia, charging him with failure to yield, a registration violation, and felony reckless endangerment. Now, the train hit the truck, and of course, that was the truck that was carrying a 134-foot concrete truss bridge beam as it sat on the tracks waiting for the traffic light to change. That collision pushed 3 locomotives and 10 railroad cars off the tracks, creating what the Hamilton County Office of Emergency Management called a disastrous mess in Collegedale, which is a suburb of Chattanooga. Vega did not make sure the tractor-trailer could completely clear the tracks before driving over them and did not contact Norfolk Southern Railroad about his delivery route, according to the police investigation. He attempted to clear the tracks when the crossing arms activated, but was unsuccessful. All right, there you go. That's 5-7. It kind of discussed that. You call that number. You got that. Let the rails know when you're going to be hauling something like that. Notify them in advance. I got. Is that supposed to be normal protocol? Meanwhile, Ohio State Highway Patrol seeking a truck driver who was involved in an accident that killed a fellow driver in the Toledo area this past afternoon. I've seen the photographs of the truck that was impacted here. Little before 2 o'clock this past afternoon in Lake Township, Ohio, troopers say a semi-truck traveling south on I-280 lost a set of duals from one of its axles. Those dual tires went through the median, striking a northbound semi-tractor trailer combination, like right in the windshield, right in like the driver's side. If you can envision there, tires struck the cab of the northbound tanker truck on the driver's side. Truck driver in the northbound truck was pronounced dead at the scene. Highway Patrol tells WTOL 11 they believe the trucker was killed instantly on impact. No one else was in the truck when the crash occurred. The driver of the southbound truck did not stop at the scene. If you have any information about the incident, you're asked to contact the State Highway Patrol's Bowling Green post. Somewhere out there, there's a truck driver that reached their destination with a missing set of duals on their trailer, which that'd be the guilty party. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Heatwave, good morning.
Good morning, senor. Oh, that was an interesting story. 57. Let me know what kind of brand of adult beverage you had. I want to have them kind of visions of Denver as well.
I think he's been digging into Rambler's Devil's Lettuce.
Yeah, that's well. Anyways, and oh, by the way, Captain Kirk didn't come around until 1966, around November or so. So there you go, with the flip phone. Anyways, I think Rambler had a birthday today or yesterday, one of the two. Just want to give him a shout out. Happy birthday. Oh, well, there's going to be a certain bird in the Lone Star State that's going to call you up tomorrow and act like no one's heard of this story that you just put out. I've noticed him. He does that quite often. Like the rest of us don't know. The rest of us don't know that there was a killing in the Fresno area, wherever the hell that was up there, that was gang style or cartel style. Yeah, we knew about that. We heard it. Just heard it on the radio. But, it's almost as if he doesn't hear about it or if he just heard about it, then the rest of us don't even know what happened. So, I guess it takes all kinds. And I'm not saying I'm the most informed or most, knowledgeable person out here, but, when you go that route, it's kind of insulting my intelligence and the intelligence of others. So, we can talk about it, but don't act like, oh, you just heard, so it must be news to everybody. In talking about eggs, $7 a dozen, that's cheap in some parts of the country. I was in Sam's the other day, and for 15 dozen eggs, $67.50. I mean, good night. That is a lot. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and call me up one of these agricultural stations and say, hey, give me 11 chicks that are female and one rooster, and that's all I'm going to need to have myself some farm fresh eggs every day when they finally start laying 2 months after they come out of the shell. Oh, goodness. Well, you're talking about El Paso having the sign saying beware of pedestrians, especially down there right at the border streets. Going from New Mexico into Arizona here on I-10, there's a sign that said, watch out for people on the road. The last time I seen a sign like that, well, there was an accident where they had people on the road, cleaning it up. I thought, well, that's probably what they meant. But the last, this other time here was at Sunday night, Monday morning when I went through the southern part of Arizona, No, the sign was there saying, watch out for people on the road. Like I said the other day, when that one guy from Dominican Republic climbed 3 containers to get into the States after he had to go through the barbed wire or whatever kind of razor wire they got up there, and then he says, I want to thank President Biden for giving me this opportunity to come to America. Of course we're going to look at him a little, stupid, because it's a damn fool thing to say that he was invited and he expects to have all these benefits, in quotations, of Americans, to be here. It just absolutely boggles the mind, because they are told, the illegal aliens, I ain't going to call them migrants, screw it, they're illegal aliens. They're told by the people down south, hey, the streets are paved with gold. You can live anywhere you want, take anything you want. And that's what they believe in. And they pay these people to bring them up to the border. Now, if that's not the epitome of stupidity, I really have no clue what is. Mexico, when Biden was there with the Mexican president and the Canadian prime minister, didn't I hear that the Mexican president say, well, we need money to take care of our southern border and find out what the cause of the migration is, or the illegal aliens coming through Mexico? Why in the hell do we have to give other countries money so they can take care of their own problems? Really. The stupidity of some people is just mind-boggling. Am I missing something here, Steve?
No, that's exactly. It's all about some money. Everybody needs money. They got their hand out. How much money have we already sent down there, though? We've sent them lots of money to try to secure that southern border. We've sent money to Nicaragua and Guatemala, so we can try to bolster jobs in those countries so that the illegals don't want to come here. It's throwing good money after bad.
Why do we have to spend our money for their problems? That's the whole thing. Now they want to raise the debt ceiling. Well, we got to in order to avoid financial collapse. Well, you know what? Screw it. Collapse it. Shut it down. I'm done paying taxes for the benefit of others. Where's that money that you pay in, I pay in, 5-7, Moose, anybody else out here pays in? Where's that money going? And will it be there in 10 years when we say, you know what, I'm done? They're already talking about it, being broke. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. It's like, well, why is it those programs are going broke, but the programs to help others or to give
we've
other
still got billions for Ukraine.
Exactly. Well, we couldn't build a wall with Mexico because we couldn't find $5 billion, but all of a sudden now we got money to give away. Just like Yellow Freight, it is bad management. But they're not doing it with their money. They're doing it with other people's money. So, it seems like we're already in a socialist state with the federal government just spending and spending and spending, taxing the living hell out of us so we can give people on welfare, those who can be working, a free ride and a free lunch. I'm sure everyone else has got the same feelings about it. And I'm sure there are other people that are voicing their opinions about it. But, I'm going to be one that's still loud and proud saying enough is enough. We're done. When did the recession really start? The worldwide. I think it started here with us when the Democrats put Biden in the White House like you'd put a toilet in a house and says, okay, now we have power. cut production of oil, cut the exploration of oil, kill the Keystone Pipeline. Well, there's a trickle-down effect from that, and we are seeing that right now. We have a weak person in the White House, and these other countries know it. When they had Trump in there, they had no idea what he was going to do. Absolutely none. So he kept them in check. And they get Biden in there, all hell breaks loose. And then he wonders why we're not producing stuff here. The price of gasoline's going up, the price of diesel's going up, the price of goods are going up. Man, good Lord. The Bird and the Lone Star State saying, you try talking sense to the left, and they just, it's like smashing your head against a brick wall. Pretty soon you're going to get tired of the squishy sound and walk away from it. So, I don't know. I guess that'll be the end of my ranting and raving for right now anyways. So we'll give you a holler later on if you need it.
Have a good morning. Yep, it's about 8 before the hour. Yeah, what was you saying? They can come to the word south of the border is that you get to the USA, you can go wherever you want. And, to some extent right now you can. Yeah, a report this past day said that the illegals that are being shipped to New York City are actually turning to the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, the world's busiest bus terminal, for answers when coordinating their next moves. And some of these moves reportedly involve, you need a bus ticket. Where do you want to go? Free bus ticket. And the promise of possible employment to go somewhere else. We'll give you more on that coming up.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. And we've got lines available, so jump on in. Yeah, back to New York City. According to the publication, asylum-seeking migrants are being encouraged to accept benefits that would lead to starting their lives outside the New York area. As one example, the city chronicled the travails of a 21-year-old Venezuelan at Port Authority last Wednesday, 5 days since arriving in New York for the first time via Denver and El Paso. Gonzalez said he was greeted with an offer for a free bus ticket to another part of the country. For Gonzalez, his new destination would be Chicago, another so-called sanctuary city in America. Gonzalez says the process isn't too difficult. You get here, they attend to you, you talk to them, And if they have the availability, they'll give it to you. If not, you have to wait. Now, the city receives a vague response from City Hall when asked exactly which person or what entity is paying for the Port Authority's program to relocate these migrants. City Hall spokesperson Miller referred reporters to a previous statement from back in November, which reads, in New York City, asylum seekers will continue to be greeted with the compassionate care and dedicated support needed to meet them where they are and help them get where they want to go. Now, City Hall might have been rather coy on who's paying for free bus tickets out of town, but at the same time, the report coincided with New York City's Mayor Eric Adams' public statement from last week, arguing that the metro area would soon reach the breaking point in terms of aiding illegals being sent to New York. And then, of course, over the past weekend, touring the U.S.-Mexico border at the El Paso entry point, said there is no room in New York for these migrants. No room at the inn. All right. Close out another hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. The White House is staying tight-lipped on the classified documents recently found in an office and residence of President Biden. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre refused to give any more information on the controversy and referred reporters to the White House counsel's office and the Department of Justice. Jean-Pierre emphasized, however, that the administration is fully cooperating with the investigation into Biden's handling. However, the administration is fully cooperating with the investigation into Biden's handling of classified material from his time as vice president. A special counsel is looking into whether any laws were broken. The relentless rains that have hit California for the last 3 weeks are finally beginning to wind down. John Schaefer has more.
Brian May, spokesman for the California Governor's Office of Emergency Management, says the entire state has been impacted by the storms.
These 11 storms that have come through combined have dropped 22 trillion gallons of water. That's enough to cover the entire state of California in 15 inches of water.
A federal major disaster declaration has been issued to help in the state, where storms have turned roads into rivers, neighborhoods into lakes, and forced thousands of people from their homes. At least 20 people have been killed by the storms. I'm John Schaefer.
Police in Central California are calling Monday's shooting that left 6 people dead a cartel-style execution. Authorities say the gunman opened fire at a home Monday morning in Goshen, southeast of Fresno. The family, including an infant and mother, died in the targeted attack, according to investigators. 2 women survived the attack by hiding in a nearby trailer, and police are hunting for the gunman. Police say the SUV carrying 4 members of the University of Georgia's football team program was exceeding the speed limit before hitting a curb and leaving the road. Football player Devel Willock and staff member Chanley LaCroix both died in the accident, with 2 others injured. The crash report from the Athens-Clarke County Police Department found that LaCroix failed to negotiate a left curve. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is asking the Department of Justice to treat President Biden and former President Trump equally. The call comes as the DOJ is looking into the possession of classified documents at both Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort and at Biden's Washington office and home in Delaware. On Tuesday, McConnell warned federal investigators to apply the same standards to both cases and applauded Attorney General Merrick Garland's decision to make 2 special counsels to look into the incidents. They're certainly not the committee assignments he'd hoped for, but an embattled freshman congressman has been seated at the table somewhere. Adult film star Ron Jeremy is too mentally incompetent to stand trial on dozens of rape charges. That's the view held by the Los Angeles Superior Court Judge Ronald Harris, who said on Tuesday that Jeremy is in incurable neurocognitive decline from which he would likely won't recover. Jeremy pled not guilty after being indicted on 34 counts of sexual assault and rape and has remained in jail since his arrest in 2020. Prosecutors asked that he be regularly reevaluated, and a hearing on placing him in a state hospital will be held next month. Jeremy is well known as one of the most prolific actors in the adult film business and starred in numerous cameos in other movies, television shows, and music videos. Avatar: The Way of Water is set to pass Spider-Man: No Way Home today to become the 6th highest-grossing film of all time. The James Cameron-directed sequel is closing in on $2 billion and had another strong weekend over the 4-day MLK holiday stretch. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered
The
by
folks
science.
who make truck and tractor pulling happen get down to business at fair conventions across the country. But that doesn't mean we can't also put on shows of wintertime horsepower, as a pair of invitationals in January and March draw ever nearer on the calendar. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's productive off-season continued with stops at the Wisconsin Association of Fairs, Minnesota Federation of County Fairs, Ohio Fair Managers, and Michigan Association of Fairs and Exhibitions conventions all this past week and weekend. Ohio and Michigan comprise 2/3 of the NTPA's most active territory, Region 2, while Wisconsin and Minnesota make up the lion's share of the second most active, Region 3. These conventions follow the Association of Iowa Fairs meeting in December and the Indiana Association of Fairs and Festivals Conference held earlier this month, at which NTPA also had representation. Besides the opportunity these gatherings provide to visit with old and new friends that partner with the NTPA, the events that return or are newly signed will determine a great many of the destinations for NTPA championship pulling in the Midwest in 2023 and beyond. We'll roll out some of the exciting developments for all of these meetings as we analyze the tentative national and state schedules in coming episodes of this report. But right now, it's time to talk about a break in that offseason for some upcoming on-track action in Florida and in Indiana. First, the Ocala Tractor Pull will be presented on Friday and Saturday, January 27th and 28th by the NTPA and sophomore year member state, the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association. This year's event is a non-points invitational consisting of 3 regional national rules classes, super farm tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, alongside mid-Florida classes of light limited superstock tractors, modified two-wheel drive and pro stock four-wheel drive trucks, naturally aspirated minis, and multi-engine modifieds. Both nights' sessions will begin at 6 p.m. with the gates to the Southeastern Livestock Pavilion in Ocala opening at 3 p.m. If you're in Florida or visiting there that weekend, stop by to get that pulling fix in the middle of a long, cold winter. For more information, visit midfltractorpullers.com. And in mid-March, it's the Wakarusa Ag Deutz-Fahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana, for 5 invitational classes over 2 nights, Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th. Grand National Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors and Regional National Hot Farm and 4.1 Pro Stock tractors will meet up with Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks in both sessions beginning at 6 p.m. and will compete at full speed on a regulation 300-plus foot track. Tickets for the Shipshewana Spring Nationals are on sale now at shopntpa.com, and admission to the pull will also grant access to the Midday Farm Show held in the adjacent Coliseum building. If you can't make it to Indiana on that last winter weekend, you can watch the event's live multi-camera broadcast at ntpa.tv. And this year, the Shipshewana Spring Nationals may be purchased as part of the yearly pass, which provides live and on-demand access to all Stream 2023 events. Need more info? As always, visit ntpapull.com for event schedules and details, as well as point standings and results throughout the season. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Dunlop. Stay safe and pull hard. There you go. All right, where everybody at? It's 844-844-3388. Midweek here, hump day. We cross over into the new day in the Mountain Time Zone. 1 time zone to go. Well, another day means another chance for you to win $1,000. The $1,000 pay off those Christmas bills daily driver bonus via tncradio.live. You need a keyword. Today's keyword is check. The check is in the mail. Check, C-H-E-C-K. Simply go to tncradio.live, enter the keyword, or you can use the tncradio.live app. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. There you go. Check is today's keyword. And, of course, happy hump day. Greetings from Houston, home of TNC Radio. Every Tuesday is Ladies' Night. You can hear the encore presentations right after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive here this morning. First up, it'll be Shannon Courier with the Southern Route. Then Shelley and Kathy bring you an all-new Women Road Warriors, finally starting at 7 a.m. Eastern. Sarah Barnes Humphrey has all the latest news on the supply chain with thoughts and coffee. Have a great day, stay safe, stay healthy, and enter for your chance to win $1,000. There you go. All right, I mentioned at the onset of the program, Joe Biden meeting last week in Mexico City with the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and Mexican's President, Andrés López Obrador. The 10th North American Leaders Summit, as they call it. We now find out, someone had forwarded, and several have since shared with me, and it's hidden some of the conservative media sites. I don't think anything's been mentioned via mainstream. The three leaders signed onto a document that looks like a prelude to a North American Union. Does that ring a bell? Yeah, the globalists talked a lot about that during the George W. Bush presidency. It looks like the push toward a merger of the U.S., Canada, and Mexico may be back on the front burner if this document is any indication. Now, the document attracted very little media attention since it was released on January the 10th. The mainstream corporate press focused on classified documents found in Biden's office and home. You ever notice when major news happens, there's almost always a misdirection play meant to divert your eyes? The stated goal of the document is to fortify the continent's security, prosperity, sustainability, and inclusiveness. The North American leaders, being dubbed the Three Amigos, committed their countries to 6 pillars, all of which were taken straight from the United Nations documents Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. They borrow very heavily from the United Nations 2030's 17 sustainability goals in the new document dated January 10, 2023, which is titled Declaration of North America, DNA, which appeared jointly on the government websites of the United States White House, Canada, and Mexico. The list of goals in this document are separated into 6 categories, which are: Number 1, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Number 2, climate change and the environment. Number 3, competitiveness, followed by migration and development. Number 5, health. And number 6, regional security. Now, commenting on the document, John Henry Weston said they've pretty much outlined joint commitments for a woke new North America to be imposed on the people. The White House declaration committed to direct and future course of the 3 nations to promote racial justice and expand protections for LGBTQI plus individuals in order to deliver more equitable outcomes to all. Note the language there, not equitable opportunities for all, but equitable outcomes for certain special classes of minorities. That is the very definition of communism. Of course, their plan of inclusiveness excludes any Bible-believing Christian who objects to any aspect of the LGBT agenda, such as those family-friendly drag queen shows for kids and school children as young as kindergarten being subjected to pornography in the name of comprehensive sex education. Now, the trio's declaration also stated under the health section Quote, as we emerge from the acute phase of the COVID pandemic, we also recognize that resilient health systems, including a strong health workforce, are the foundation upon which effective pandemic preparedness and response will be built. If you read between the lines, that statement sounds like a self-declared mandate to implement more maybe lockdowns, masking, vaccine, whenever they decide that's the best action for what they describe in the document as providing rapid response to health emergencies in North America. They're clearly borrowing from the language in the United Nations World Health Organization's proposed pandemic treaty, which actually talks about setting up the World Health Organization as the global arbiter that gets to declare public health emergencies of international concern as well as regional concern. The trio also repeats the United Nations false claims about improving the rights women and girls, which in the eyes of globalists just means more access to abortion. Yeah, this is Orwellian doublespeak, according to Western. All right, and it's the same with their empty promises about health and the environment. They could care less about our health or that of the environment. Bottom line, everything they're advocating for is for the purpose of increasing their power and control over our lives and we, the little people, who they view as nothing more than stupid peasants. There's also a lot in this document about the need to promote constant migration from the third world into Western nations. These are the same nations where women are constantly encouraged to kill their offspring in the womb or take an injection that'll make them less likely to conceive a child in the first place. Here's one of the many statements in the DNA document about migration, which again sounds like it was lifted directly from the UN Agenda 2030 goals. Since June, Mexico, the United States, and Canada have collectively welcomed record numbers of migrants and refugees from the Western Hemisphere under new expanded labor and humanitarian programs. Today, we affirm our joint commitment to safe, orderly, and humane migrations under the Los Angeles Declaration and other relevant multilateral frameworks. Now, this includes assisting host communities and promoting migrant and refugee integration, providing protection for refugees, asylum seekers, and vulnerable migrants, strengthening asylum capacity in the region, expanding and promoting regular pathways for migration and protection, addressing the root causes and impacts of irregular migration and forced displacement, and lastly, collaborating to counter xenophobia and discrimination against migrants and refugees. All that kind of happened under the radar when the three gathered, and timing-wise, hey, pay no attention to what's going on over here. Look at this. We've got classified documents over here. All right, looking at 19 past the hour. And clear lines on a Wednesday morning. It is 844-844-3388. High pressure pumping checking in. Kind of a breezy 41 in Napoleon, Ohio. At the Pilot getting me some fuel. Everyone stay safe. I'll keep delivering this flour so we can all keep enjoying those Oreos. There's Billy Lennig, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive folks headed to Garyburg, North Carolina. Then down to Wilmington, North Carolina, to the Lowe's store. Stay safe out there. All right, let's see. Bourbon Street Gary on board. Heads up, anybody on I-70 westbound in Missouri. Interstate is closed at Wentville. You have to exit, take the frontage road, and I guess and they get you back on there. So be safe. Heads up. Could be some backups there. Pay attention. And there's Matthew on board. Good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Happy Hump Day. There it is, 21 past the hour. 844-844-3388.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Steve in Florida sent me a link to the story where Representative Maria Salazar, which it says Republican of Florida, lectured Americans while in Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum's annual meeting, urging them to accept amnesty for the nation's 11 to 22 million illegal aliens. During a panel discussion alongside Senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona, and others, Salazar said some form of amnesty is necessary for illegals living across the United States. She said, we need also to give dignity to those people who are in the country, and those are the people that I represent. We're talking about 13, 15 million people who are most Hispanics. I would say 85% who speak my language, look like me, sound like me, who are contributing to the economy of this country, and they live in the shadows. So it is time to seal the border, Let's see who comes in and who doesn't, and then turn around and give dignity. Now, that doesn't mean a path to citizenship. That means to include them and make them dignified members of our community, she said. Now, it was last year Salazar joined 6 other House Republicans in unveiling an amnesty plan that would allow illegal aliens to secure 10-year work permits to hold American jobs before then applying for green cards to permanently reside in the United States. An amnesty for illegals, which would hugely inflate the labor market and likely spur more vast waves of illegal immigration, is critical for many of Salazar's largest donors that include real estate developers looking to build more housing and Wall Street-linked financial firms focused on driving up the number of consumers and available workers. Now, independent analysis has shown amnesty, in addition to more legal, not illegal, but legal immigration, which we still let 1 million legally in, would be a net loss for American jobs and wages. 10 years ago, 2013, Congressional Budget Office analysts stated that the Gang of 8 amnesty plan would push down wages for American workers. Another CBO analysis published in 2020 stated that immigration has exerted downward pressure on the wages of relatively low-skilled workers who are already in the country regardless of their birthplace. Other research finds current legal immigration in the United States results in more than $530 billion worth of lost wages for Americans. Peer-reviewed research acknowledges as immigrants accept lower wages, they are preferably chosen by firms and therefore have higher job finding rates than natives, consistent with evidence found in U.S. data. Every year we give green cards to more than 1 million foreign nationals who can eventually sponsor an unlimited number of foreign relatives for green cards in this country. It's called chain immigration. All right, we'll get back to the calls following a news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Golden State Warriors are celebrating their 2022 NBA championship win at the White House. President Biden congratulated the team this afternoon, calling the organization one of the most successful franchises in basketball history. He said the team is all about heart and hustle. The president praised the team for rallying the nation against gun violence and speaking out against racism. Head coach Steve Kerr said he took part in a roundtable discussion on gun violence with senior White House advisors. Natural disasters are displacing millions of Americans. New data from the U.S. Census Bureau shows that 3.3 million Americans were displaced by natural disasters in 2022, with 1 million of those solely from Florida. The state was hit by Hurricane Ian in September, which killed over 100 people and cost billions of dollars in insured losses. The United Nations is calling natural disaster displacement one of the most devastating impacts of climate change. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Today, those interested in maintaining healthy blood sugar glucose levels still have limited choices when it comes to good-tasting, thirst-quenching beverages. One brand expanding consumer choice for blood sugar-friendly beverages is Glucodown, manufactured by publicly traded Glucose Health Incorporated, trading under the symbol GLUC, a leader in America's true growth industry, diabetes-friendly functional beverages. Glucodown's prebiotic fiber blocks the body's absorption of dietary sugars, moderates after-meal increases in glucose levels, and helps maintain regular digestive health. Every nutritious and delicious serving has no sugar, no caffeine, and is a great source of prebiotic-soluble fiber. All 8 flavors are dietitian recommended to maintain blood sugar in a healthy range. Available at CVS, Publix, online at Walmart.com, and a top category choice on Amazon. For more information on the company, visit GLUCreport.com. To begin maintaining your blood sugar in a healthy range, visit Amazon and search Glucodown. GLUCO down.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. To answer Eagle's question earlier, I did look up what info they've released thus far. Lisa Marie Presley will be laid to rest at Graceland, where a public memorial service is being planned. The daughter of Elvis died last Thursday at 54 years old. A memorial service has been arranged for Sunday, January the 22nd, so next Sunday at 9 a.m. on the front lawn at Graceland Mansion in Memphis, Tennessee. General public is invited to attend. Please continue to check back to Graceland.com for additional details, according to the statement on the official website. The site also notes that in lieu of flowers, the family encourages all who wish to send something to do so in the form of a donation to the Elvis Presley Charitable Foundation. So there you go, Lisa Marie. And back to the phones we go. Steve in Florida. Morning, Steve. What's happening? Happy Hump Day, by the way.
Same to you, Steve. Good morning. How are you?
Hanging with them.
Well, we got a nice clear night down here, Steve, about 55 degrees in Central Florida. What a day today. It was like 78 degrees.
Oh, really? So you warmed up
I think
finally.
Tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be almost close to 80. But we're going to cool back down again, back into the 60s. So, but I think those storms are going to miss us, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll start off on a good note, Steve. Did you see that story I sent you about that father and the son off the coast of North Carolina?
Let me see. You sent me several stories. I don't know if I've got to that one yet or not.
They caught, I believe, it was a 560-pound swordfish. World record.
Really?
Yes. The kid that caught it, him and his dad, I believe, was about 38 years old. The kid was 13. What an experience for that kid. You know?
How do you reel in a 560-pound fish? I mean, that had to be one heck of a fight.
Yeah, it had to be, Steve. I mean, I'm sure that, you know, that they're not, I don't know what kind of line they were using, but, you know I watch Wicked Tuna quite a bit. They reel in some 800-900 pounders, but those guys are pretty much using steel wire, you know, to reel those things. I mean, they're fighting those things for hours, those big tuna. But the thing about the swordfish is they jump. You know, I mean, they jump. They breach the water, you know, quite a bit. So that, you know, so that is that would be quite the fight. Biggest fish I ever caught, Steve, was a 40-pound muskie up in the UP, up in Michigan, Land O'Lakes, and that was about an hour fight.
Wow.
And that was only a 40-pounder, so. But anyway, I think Heat Wave hit something, Steve. He had said earlier, I heard him mention that we're kind of living in a socialist country right now. And, you know, I believe the same thing. This is the start of it. And people like us, we look at this stuff and it looks pretty bad. You know, it looks pretty grim. But it's going to get a lot worse if we let these people keep doing what they're doing. I don't know how we're going to stop it, Steve. Are you still on YouTube?
No, sir. They have they have vanquished everything. All the archive shows, everything disappeared on about the 4th or 5th of January.
Good, because I'm going to say a couple things, Steve. I didn't want to get you in trouble, but now I don't care. Because you know. But Heat Wave hit on something. What you were reading before about the Canada, Mexico, and the United States, that DNA document.
Yep.
You know, that's all part of the Great Reset. This Great Reset thing is real. You know, we've talked about this before. And all that crap in there with the diversity, the equity, inclusion, you know, all the big corporations doing it, putting us in classes, right? You know, you're an LGBTQA1+, whatever the hell they call themselves. You know, you're black, you're Asian, or you're what? A Christian, a Jew, right? So those classes of people, this was the same thing, Steve, that we all know. We've talked about this in the 1930s. It's the same way that Nazi Germany started out, with the different classes of people. And that's what's going on here. You know, when you keep talking about this stuff, every day it's coming out, you know, like what they're doing in San Francisco, you know, giving all these, you know, if you're a gay person or a lesbian, they're going to give you, what, $1,500 a month, I believe it was, taxpayer money, free money. And California's crying broke, I believe. Didn't they just say they were broke? A couple of days ago. Yeah, they're like in the, you know, they can they're in a deficit, where other states have billions of dollars in surplus. You know, Big Sexy was telling me Arkansas has billions and billions of dollars. Georgia, same thing, big surplus of money that they're supposed to give back to us, but I don't know. I should probably email Brian Kemp's office and ask him when that's going to come. Anyway, but you know, the thing is, Steve, for the people that are out there, and there's a lot of them burying their heads in the sand, living in their own little bubble, thinking that everything's okay. They're not paying attention. Well, they ought to start paying attention, because this is getting real. And like I said, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. You just look at what's going on in the schools.
Yep.
Did you see what Joe Biden's going to do an investigation into a Texas school, Steve, for trying to ban books on explicit sexual content into gender theory? Oh, yes. Gender theory. What kids, Steve, our little kids, your grandkids, my grandkids. These books are in these schools. It's just absolutely unbelievable. But the thing is we all talk about, if it's all about the voting and it's all about the. You know what? The voting doesn't matter anymore, Steve. I don't know if we're ever going to win another election. I really don't, because of the way they manipulate things to coincide what they want to do. For instance, we all know about the laptop story, and now we know about the document story, right? The classified documents, the hush hush that was withheld, right, before the midterms. Do you think that would have swayed some votes?
I think anybody in their right mind would know it most likely would have had it broke before the midterms. Now, if it broke, on November the 2nd, which was just days before, I don't know if it would have had enough time to make a difference or not. I'm not sure.
But the thing is they that's what they do. They distract, they hide, they cover up. I mean, look at what's going on with the DOJ. And did you see that one story from Breitbart? How the DOJ told the FBI to stand down against the president, not to look into his business?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, Steve, I think, this is my opinion, I think the archives is the one that contacted Joe Biden and his administration and said, hey, you guys got some stuff. We need it back. We can do this under the table. Nobody needs to know about it, right? The archives and Donald Trump, they were working out in the open. They were communicating back and forth. Nothing was hush-hush about that. That's what I think happened here, And that's why Biden's attorneys were in there looking at this crap, trying to find those documents to get them back to the archive, and no one would know the difference. But somebody leaked it. A patriot leaked it. Someone working in the archives or in the FBI or something. But for the DOJ to tell the FBI to stand down, there's a big double standard here. Big double standard. But I don't know if we're going to be able to fix this stuff, Steve. You look at that Republican congresswoman from Florida, right? When they're running on a campaign, they're not talking about amnesty for all illegals as a Republican, are they?
No, sir.
No. But now she's elected, and look what she's talking about at the World Economic Forum, along with Manchin and Sinema. Give our hard-earned tax-paying dollars, and like Heatwave said, I really wish we didn't have to pay our tax, but we could determine where our tax dollars go. You determine where they go. That's why I said maybe we ought to have that flat tax, bring that in, and it would curb this spending and this Price is Right money giveaway, because that's what it is. It's just incredible what they're doing to this nation. But like Moose always says, Steve, the last lap around the pole, man. Lived a pretty good life, and I think this is about it. So just keep plugging along, do the best you can on a daily basis, right?
It's about what we can do, yep.
Yep. Pay $8 for a dozen eggs and go home and ration them. Or maybe we'd be like Tex, get a container of... Steve, I can't go back to that. I'm sorry. I ate powdered eggs in the Army. and you needed about a bottle of Tabasco sauce on top of those babies to make them taste good. So anyway, I guess I'll pay the $7. You have a good night, Steve. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Thanks for checking in. Now, let me start with, I guess, the brighter story he mentioned there. I pulled that up. And, a father and son team from North Carolina will have a story to tell. And the North Carolina record books will have a new entry to make after they hauled in a 560-pound swordfish off the coast of North Carolina last month. 38-year-old Michael Tickle and his son, Kelson, 13 years old, made the reportedly record-breaking catch on December 29th, 60 miles east of their hometown of Beaufort Inlet, North Carolina, according to the Sport Fishing magazine. Now, the pair didn't quite pull it off alone. They had assistance from Zach Grantham, a boatmate on the voyage. The effort to reel in the monster reportedly took 5.5 hours. According to Sport Fishing reports, the huge fish, just the most recent capture of the highly sought-after sport species. Only 4 months ago, September of last year, the state of North Carolina certified a 504.8-pound swordfish as the new state record. If the fish caught by Michael and Kelson has been accurately weighed, the record set in September will be a very short-lived record. Now, considering that most North Atlantic swordfish range from, say, 50 to 200 pounds, both of those are incredibly impressive. Incredibly, though, neither of those weigh even half as much as the Guinness World Record holder. That swordfish, caught in Chile, May of 1953, weighed in at an unbelievable 1,182 pounds. Wow, that's a big swordfish.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
About 10 before the hour, the other item Steve was talking about there, others are pretty much questioning the same thing. Representative Marionette Miller Meeks of Iowa said yesterday that there's a lot of questions that have been raised by this, what has been a steady drip, the drip, drip, drip of Biden's document discoveries. Why did they find these documents now, she asked. It's been 6 years since he was vice president. What prompted them to search for the documents? Was there cleaning of the Biden Penn Center? Did they all of a sudden think they needed to take the Corvette in a parade, so they're looking in the garage? I mean, what prompted this? Is it related to the Biden investigation, she says? Is it related to the fact that Republicans got a majority and there's going to be investigations? Miller Meeks said House Republicans will be investigating corruption, dealings in Ukraine, and whether the Chinese Communist Party has some pressure or gave money to Biden, President Biden, or Hunter Biden. Another question the discovery of the documents has raised. Miller Meeks says, why only attorneys? And that is a very valid question. As soon as they found the first document, was before the midterms, they should have been closed, and there should have been an FBI warrant listed where every single property that the Biden administration either lives or visits frequently should have been investigated and searched, and not by attorneys who have attorney-client privilege. That's who's doing the looking for these documents, the attorneys who have attorney-client privilege. So this is to stall any investigation that the Republicans may do. When asked if she thinks the mainstream media will continue to cover the story, she said, it's going to be difficult for the media to walk away from this. It's going to be very difficult, and we don't know if the recovery of these documents and supposedly transparent nature of revealing that they had these documents, we don't know if that's because within the Democrat Party they're trying to prevent Biden from running for re-election. But regardless of the reason, it all reeks of corruption. Most importantly, I'm interested in what is in these documents. Let me tell you, you or I or a regular American citizen, where we have classified documents, we would be treated vastly different, which is very true. Philip on board here on a hump day. Morning, Philip. What's going on?
Hump day, bud. How you doing? Everybody doing okay out there today?
Another day in paradise.
I heard that. I'd be interested to know that 1,000-pound swordfish you were just talking, that's the Guinness Book World Record one. I'd wonder if that was netted instead of caught on a line, because bringing 1,000 pounds in on a boat, that had to have been a big boat they brought that in on, because you brought it in on a small boat, like probably the boat that those folks in North Carolina were fishing on. If you brought 1,000-pound fish in on that boat, you put it down real deep in the water and had problems. I got a feeling that one that was 1,000 pounds in Chile was probably netted. You know what it's like, Steve, to land a fish that big, and then them swordfish, that's the most dangerous fish to land there is, because of that sword on it. That thing hits you, you're done. I mean, that's game over on that kind of fish. So that young man, I hope they give him the sword off that fish, because them things are long. They're big. I worked on a longline boat when I was a kid with my brother-in-law, and we were fishing for tile fish, and we'd get a sword every now and then, and it was like, oh God, we'd get a shotgun out just for a sword. You know, them fish are huge, and they don't play no games when they come on. They'll hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think that the deal with Biden, I'm right there with Steve. I think that the archives said, hey, we need these records back, and he said they set it up. I think after the situation with Trump, they probably went in and evaluated what was going on with them and seen what was going on with the archives, and then all the investigations, like you said, with Hunter, probably said, hey, we got to get all this stuff back. And then somebody leaked it out. You know, that's one thing about our government. There is nobody in there that won't do anything, and they'll tell everybody everything, and they want it that way sometimes, and sometimes they don't want it that way. But I think we just have to sit back and wait. That's what we have to do and see how it pans out. Do you think Russia and China are working together still, Steve? I mean, as far as thinking about taking over things?
I think they are, yeah.
I mean, I just don't know. I haven't heard much out of the Chinese. You know, I know they've been doing a lot of launches. They've got their space station set up now. They're getting it more and more every day. And look at Milan. Man, they're launching just as much as Elon Musk, if not more.
Really?
With him and all the stuff they're launching. The stuff they're launching is big stuff. Yeah, I mean, you get the launch app, and I think every other month, or at least twice a month, you're seeing these Long March rockets going up, and those Long March rockets are the big guys. They're the ones carrying that big stuff. You know, so I don't know. I think they're getting ahead of us there a little bit. So, you know, we need to keep an eye on what's going on. Yeah, so maybe that's the reason we're launching these Falcon Heavy rockets right now for the Space Force, you know, to keep an eye on what's going on out there. So, but it really doesn't matter anyway, because even the average citizen, if they've got the money, they can go on and look at an intelligence satellite right now. It's no big deal. I mean, Elon Musk just launched one a couple of weeks ago that, you know, can do just as much as what the Russians have or what we have as far as the Americans.
Wow. Hey, I got to pause for a news break there.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 power stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. A married couple and their son convicted of first-degree premeditated murder in the fatal shooting of a security guard who demanded the woman's daughter wear a mask while shopping were sentenced Tuesday to life in prison without parole. The three were convicted of first-degree meditated murder, a crime that carries a mandatory punishment of life in prison without parole, following a trial that spanned several weeks. Key roadways remain closed, and officials estimated thousands of homes were seriously damaged in California as weeks of wild weather that flooded roadways, collapsed hillsides, and toppled countless trees finally became calm Tuesday. Tallying the damage will take time, but the number of houses and other structures that will be red tagged as uninhabitable could be in the low thousands, said Brian Ferguson, spokesperson for the governor's Office of Emergency Services. The damage is spread across 41 of California's 58 counties. A polar bear has attacked and killed 2 people in a remote village in western Alaska, according to state troopers. Alaska state troopers said they received the report of the attack at 2:30 p.m. Tuesday in Wales on the western tip of the Seward Peninsula. Initial reports indicated that a polar bear had entered the community and had chased multiple residents. The bear fatally attacked an adult female and juvenile male. The bear was shot and killed by a local resident as it attacked the pair. Authorities searching for the body of a missing 4-year-old Oklahoma girl have found the remains of a child, but have not yet identified them as Athena Brownfield, who authorities say was beaten to death last month. The remains will be transported to the medical examiner's office in Oklahoma City for positive identification. This is an active homicide investigation, and until the remains are positively identified, the OSBI will not be commenting further. The Golden State Warriors are celebrating their 2022 NBA championship win at the White House. President Biden congratulated the team this afternoon, calling the organization one of the most successful franchises in basketball history. He said the team is all about heart and hustle. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The House GOP Steering Committee is recommending controversial New York Congressman George Santos receive 2 committee assignments. The embattled Santos is facing growing pressure to resign from both Democrats and Republicans over his admitted lies about his education, work history, finances, and heritage. The NBA champs made a trip to Washington, D.C. yesterday.
Former President Trump is warning Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that it would be a bad idea if he ran for president. Trump called into the conservative podcast The Water Cooler.
So, now I hear he might want to run against me, so we'll handle that the way I handle things.
During the call, Trump also took credit for DeSantis being Florida's governor.
I got him elected, pure and simple. He would have never, if I said I wasn't going to endorse you, and I was close. There was no reason to go wild about endorsing him.
Several polls have shown DeSantis beating Trump in a hypothetical matchup. I'm John Schaefer.
A former president is taking aim at a potential challenger for the 2024 GOP presidential nomination.
President Biden welcomed the 2022 NBA champion Golden State Warriors to the White House.
You showed what you're all about. Heart and hustle.
The president commending the team on their achievements.
4 NBA titles, 6 finals, and in the last 8 seasons. That ain't bad, man. That ain't bad. The stat line of a dynasty.
But it wasn't all celebration. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr took part in a roundtable discussion on gun violence with senior White House advisors. I'm John Schaefer.
I'm Julio Flores.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code
At
USA.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the Diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. There you go, as we cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. So everybody on the same page, right? Hey, Mike. What day is it? It is a hump day, 18th of January. There you go. Let me get back and finish up with Philip here. All right, Philip, thanks for hanging in there, brother.
All right, thanks, man. I was just saying that if anybody wants to get any intelligence and looking at things with a satellite, all you got to do is just go and pay the money. And that company out of, I believe it's Israel is where the company is. I'm not going to tell what this company's name is. Everybody have to go look it up for themselves. But you can see anywhere part of the planet you want. By the way, folks, Google Earth ain't going to show you what they'll show you. So, but anyway, I just listening to that news bit there, Steve. When did Trump make that statement about DeSantis?
I mean, on this evening's news, that's the first I'm hearing it, so I'm guessing that was this past day. Wow.
Well, that took some male fortitude there. I'll tell you what, man. I mean, they must be some wits end against them two guys or something. I don't know, man. What's going on with them two guys? It's kind of funny. Back a long time ago, they said that one would be the other one's vice president.
Yep.
And then now you've got this going on. That's some crazy stuff there. I do think that DeSantis would beat Trump, and it's not because of Trump's, pop. It's just the way things that's presented about Trump nowadays. A lot of people are staying away from him and being kind of gun shy with him. I think that's what's going to get DeSantis in there if he does run. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just see how it plays out. I hope they pull together because they're in the same party and they need to help each other. I do hope they do that because that's what's going to keep the party going. But that's all I pretty much had today, Steve. You guys have a great day and y'all be safe.
All right. Thank you once again there. Appreciate you hanging in there, Philip. And the line's available at 844-844-3388. Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. Last hours, I guess, the snow's a-coming, right? He said, waiting out the snow, I decided to stay home. Everybody stay safe and warm. Yeah, a storm system coming together in north central Kansas. You're seeing, northwestern Kansas especially, has been seeing some pretty enhanced snowfall for several hours already. Sean checking in from somewhere in the Pacific, headed to Hawaii on a cruise ship. Must be nice. 60 degrees right now, he says. Should be a bit warmer tomorrow. But all the drivers out there, be careful. Enjoy that cruise, man. That's nice. Headed toward Hawaii. Elliot checking in. Hey, Mike. And there's our friend Rick Friend in Columbus. Hope everybody had a safe, awesome day yesterday on my first cup of coffee. Have you given out the word for the day yet, Steve? Well, Rick, yes, I've given that once, but I can share it with you again since you weren't with us yet. Today's keyword in the Daily Driver bonus is check. The check is in the mail. Check. C-H-E-C-K. Check. Go to tncradio.live. Get that entry in there, Rick. All right. Let's see, Dave. We was talking about eggs, powdered eggs. I had them in the Marine Corps. Yeah, we used to laugh at them. Yeah, they would mix real eggs with the powdered eggs in the middle. They'd be kind of greenish. Yeah. Green eggs and ham, we would laugh. Yeah, the book Movies by kids book by Dr. Seuss. Anyway, I'll just sit back and copy in the mail again. There you go. Thank you, Cracker Box. Right. Next on the list, under the industry headlines, with marijuana laws rapidly evolving at the state level all around the country, one recent court decision highlights questions about cannabis use among commercial driver's license holders. You see, it's still illegal on the federal level. On January 11th, the Iowa Court of Appeals upheld a trucker's drug conviction for marijuana possession. The driver, Daryl Hurt, had legally obtained the marijuana with a medical card in his home state of Missouri. According to police reports, during a September 21 stop for a weight violation, officers noticed the smell of marijuana coming from the cab of his truck. Upon questioning about the odor, he produced a small burnt blunt, as well as 3 additional blunts in a glasses case. He provided officers with his Missouri medical marijuana card and stated that he only possessed the amount of cannabis prescribed to him. According to the court documents, he moved to dismiss the charges, alleging that his medical prescription requires him to bring his medication with him due to the circumstances of his profession and not being home every night. Furthermore, he alleged that his right to freely travel, if unable to carry his medical marijuana through other states, would be violated. The burden placed upon Hurt is to either choose a different occupation and potentially be out of a job, or choose not to partake in medicine that was prescribed to him by a medical doctor, according to his attorneys. Now, Hurt should not have to decide which is more important. He wishes to have both of those privileges when he's simply driving through a state, which is his constitutional right. You see, currently, Iowa laws have allowed for the legal sale and use of medical cannabis since December of 2018. However, those products can only be sold and consumed in certain forms. The law specifically prohibits the smoking of medical marijuana. While the court acknowledged the state's regulations, they ruled that Hurt did not possess any of those 4 products and said it was not persuaded that the state regulation of controlled substances directly impaired Hurt's right to come into or leave the state. So as states continue to adopt new legislation governing the use of marijuana, cannabis continues to be federally classified as a Schedule I controlled substance by the Drug Enforcement Agency. As such, under current regulations from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, a person is not physically qualified to drive commercial motor vehicle if he or she uses any Schedule I controlled substance, including marijuana. Now, despite the regulations, it's easy to see how individual state laws may be actually causing some confusion for some drivers out there. But there you go. 16 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. To the right wing, Nut. Good morning.
Yes. Morning, Steve. Yeah, right wing Nut. Yes. Just want to comment on 5-7's alleged documentary.
Documentary, yes, right.
I understand. Yes. I understand there was a restaurant on the moon as well. They specialized in frog legs and kangaroo meat. But apparently, the main character of that documentary didn't want to eat it because it made him a little jumpy.
Uh-huh.
And he said the restaurant was nice, but it just didn't have any atmosphere. So I just thought I'd pass that along. I tell you what, I wish these states would fix their damn roads. Why should we be driving first-class equipment on third-world roads? I mean, good night. How much money does this country make a year on fuel taxes from cars and semis? I mean, it's got to be a lot. I imagine all that money we spent there going to Ukraine. I imagine we could have repaved every road in the country 2 times over. What do you think?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, I had something else to talk about, but I guess I forgot it. I trying to get me some of that devil's lechuga, as Heatwave would call it. Devil's lettuce. Diablo's lechuga. You know, I went ahead and went to the grocery store and got me some romaine lettuce. And I went ahead and put that in a zigzag, self-wrapper. Well, I couldn't keep it lit. It was still a little bit wet. So, other than that, that's about it, I guess. But I just want to talk about that restaurant on the moon.
No atmosphere.
No atmosphere.
Yeah, well, that's...
Not at all. Yeah. All right, senor, we'll talk to you later. You have yourself a good night.
Well, to the right wing, Nut. You have a good morning. Thank you for checking in.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
In the mood for a Corvette, the fastest Corvette ever made. Comes out next year, and it is not powered, they tell us, solely by a Howling V8. The E-Ray, E as electric, E-Ray is a gas-electric hybrid. The first all-wheel drive version of Chevrolet's storied sports car, with the front wheels running on an electric motor, the traditional 6.2-liter V8 powering the back. Amid an affluent buyers who want new technology in the top-line Chevrolet sports car, the $104,000 E-Ray jerks your head back as it goes from 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. 0 to 60. General Motors said it can cover a quarter mile in 10.5 seconds. Those figures slightly faster than its racetrack-ready brothers, the Z06 and Z07. It's civil enough for the daily commute, even though its rear tires are almost wide enough to compete in the Indianapolis 500. The Corvette's chief engineer said people who ask for the best version of the car only to wind up a track monster that they're trying to drive every day. For the same money, you can get all-wheel drive and comfort, security, and livability that comes with a car like this. We've really divided the family into pure track and to everyday utility. The E-Ray makes its debut exactly 70 years after the first Corvette was introduced in New York back in 1953. A step toward an all-electric version of the car that will be coming at an unspecified date. Although GM may be overselling the practicality, the E-Ray does come with all-season tires, so it can be driven year-round. The all-wheel drive system is configured so it's confident in the snow. Yeah, just up to just 4 inches, though, of course, because you've got the very low ground clearance on a Corvette. You wouldn't be taking it out in a place like, say, Nebraska later today, where they're going to see maybe up to a foot of snow. Back to the phones there. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? What's the word?
Hanging with them on a hump day. Hey, we haven't heard from Mike this morning, though.
Yeah, I know. Mike. Hey, listen, man. I remember that when Caller Steve first broke this on your show, the next night I was saying, man, somebody dropped a dime on Biden. I don't think the archives called him and said, hey, where's these documents? Steve, he's had them for 6 years.
Yeah, they should have known a long time ago.
All right. Yeah. And like you brought it up, and people on starting to talk about it too, why are these attorneys finding these documents? Dana Remus used to be the White House counsel. She left in the summer, right, of 2022. I think she went with Gibson Dunn or Perkins Coie, I'm not sure, but went into private practice, Steve, and became Biden's personal attorney. She's the one that went to UPenn and got her hands on them documents. Steve Bongino came up with a pretty good theory. He said, stay tuned, right? He thinks somebody was involved in all this Hunter Biden, China, the big guy, all this money laundering stuff. Why was Joe Biden in Ukraine the very last week before Trump got inaugurated? I think on January the 16th, Biden's in Ukraine. He's not at the White House. There's only 4 days left in the administration, Steve. Seems a little funny, a little odd. And Biden was trying to get Obama to give weapons to Ukraine. And Obama wasn't biting. He wouldn't do it. And, I mean, we've talked about this till we're blue in the face. The old quid pro quo where you got Biden, right, on tape trying to get the prosecutor fired that's investigating his son, who is hired by this gas company, Burisma, right, in Ukraine, trying to get that prosecutor fired, which he does, right? If he's not fired, by the time I get on the plane, looks at his watch, and like 5 hours,
you're not
going to get the money.
Yep.
Well, son of a gun, he got fired. So Ukraine hires Hunter, gets this massive paycheck, Steve. I mean, you know, and what else is going on? Where's Hunter getting all this money? And if you notice, the big guy, right, why is Hunter paying for all these remodeling jobs and paying the rents and paying all this? It's a way of money laundering, right? Instead of handing the big guy a check, hey, I need this done, you pay for it, you pay for all this, you know, that way none of the money touches the big guy's hands. It's hard to trace back to him. Remember when they were talking about the amount of bank records, right, that were being pulled, that were questionable bank records? Remember that?
Which they're still refusing to release the flagged transactions, the wire transfers.
Right. Yeah. But trust me, the House is going to get to the bottom of this. That brings us back to somebody's involved, and they didn't want to go down, so they cut a deal. This is Bongino's theory. I'm not coming up with this.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you can hold that thought, we got to pause there. News break.
USA News Update. The Golden State Warriors are celebrating their 2022 NBA championship win at the White House. President Biden congratulated the team this afternoon, calling the organization one of the most successful franchises in basketball history. He said the team is all about heart and hustle. The president praised the team for rallying the nation against gun violence and speaking out against racism. Head coach Steve Kerr said he took part in a roundtable discussion on gun violence with senior White House advisors. Natural disasters are displacing millions of Americans. New data from the U.S. Census Bureau shows that 3.3 million Americans were displaced by natural disasters in 2022, with 1 million of those solely from Florida. The state was hit by Hurricane Ian in September, which killed over 100 people and cost billions of dollars in insured losses. The United Nations is calling natural disaster displacement one of the most devastating impacts of climate change. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Today, those interested in maintaining healthy blood sugar glucose levels still have limited choices when it comes to good-tasting, thirst-quenching beverages. One brand expanding consumer choice for blood sugar-friendly beverages is Glucodown, manufactured by publicly traded Glucose Health Incorporated, trading under the symbol GLUC, a leader in America's true growth industry, diabetes-friendly functional beverages. Glucodown's prebiotic fiber blocks the body's absorption of dietary sugars, moderates after-meal increases in glucose levels, and helps maintain regular digestive health. Every nutritious and delicious serving has no sugar, no caffeine, and is a great source of prebiotic-soluble fiber. All 8 flavors are dietitian recommended to maintain blood sugar in a healthy range. Available at CVS, Publix, online at Walmart.com, and a top category choice on Amazon. For more information on the company, visit GLUCreport.com. To begin maintaining your blood sugar in a healthy range, visit Amazon and search Glucodown, GLUCO, down.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. And, plenty of room for you. Lines available. You know the number. And, the plot just kind of thickens. Yeah, we did touch last email in the story about Hunter Biden on his tax returns is stating that he was paying like $49,910 a month rent at the home there. Yeah, what now is Joe Biden's home, which was supposed to be his home then. But yeah, here's what got interesting this past day. Hunter Biden's monthly rent, which, what an odd number, $49,910. That matches a rental deposit at the House of Sweden related to the Biden's family business venture with the infamous CEFC China Energy Company. Hunter's $49,910 deposit also matches the amount of money that he logged on a 2018 background check document that was unearthed by the New York Post this week. In an email, October 13, 2017, Cecilia Browning, the general manager of the House of Sweden, an office complex in Washington, D.C., emailed Hunter about a lease that Hunter and his Chinese business partners were trying to terminate. According to the emails unearthed from the laptop from hell, Hunter's laptop, Browning notes the amount of the deposit, $49,910 for the office space, and it would be returned to Hunter upon signing a lease termination document. And I quote, "If you're willing to terminate the lease of number 507, the owners are willing to let you out of the lease as of December 31, 2017. Please note that there is a security deposit paid by you of $49,910, which will be returned within 15 days after the termination of the lease, after inspection of normal wear and tear." Hunter had apparently requested the termination of the lease after his deal with CEFC China Energy fell apart. The Biden family had previously negotiated a deal with CEFC whereby President Joe Biden, the big guy, would receive a 10% equity stake in the joint venture. That according to the whistleblower Tony Bobulinski. I do have good news. I spoke with the head office and they're willing to let you out of the lease as of December 31 this year, Browning explained in the email a month later. Just wanted to make sure that you received my email below and also to ask you to confirm that we can prepare the lease termination documents. Hunter appeared not to respond. Browning sent a third email on December 14 requesting confirmation of the lease. Hunter, we haven't seen you for a while in the building. I wanted to make sure that you received my emails below. As you can see, I now have the approval to terminate your lease as per our discussion in October without any penalty. Either December 31 of 2017 or January 31 of 2018, whatever is more convenient for you. Please confirm so we can start preparing the lease termination documents. Well, Hunter's assistant, Katie Dodge, finally responded January the 22nd of 2018 to Browning. She said Hunter did not want to terminate the lease, but a few days later, she emailed Browning to January 30th and confirmed Hunter indeed would like to terminate the lease. We are confirming that Hunter would like to terminate the lease and exit the unit at the end of February 28, and that the security deposit will cover the remaining rent less. We will pay you the few thousand more for any damage. You can let me know what that amount will be. That $49,910 deposit matches, dollar for dollar, the amount of money he logged on his 2018 background check unearthed by the New York Post. Hunter claimed on that form he paid $49,910 in monthly rent from March of 2017 to February of 2018. Now, the lease dates on the email chain between Hunter and the House of Sweden have not been delineated, they say. But things just, it's all getting very interesting as these investigations really just get underway.
Well, Steve, they've probably been going on for a little while, right? The laptop, man, is the big deal here. And Tony Bobulinski, right, the ex-business partner with Hunter. So this has been going on for a while. Everybody just kind of forgot about it, so to speak, right? And Biden saying, he had no idea about Hunter's businesses, never met with any, and they got documentation, Steve, they got photographs of Biden with these business people, So the heat might have got put on somebody. And they were like, listen, you can go down with the ship or you can work with us. That's one theory.
Yeah.
And maybe they tried to sweep it under the rug, so to speak, try to not let it get out in public. They realized we're not going to be able to. That's what took them so long to come clean and announce it. About these documents, why that took several months. So maybe the deep state was thinking, hey, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone here. We could use this to get Hunter not to run, or Biden not to run again. But yeah, it's going to take some time. But it might not be till after Biden's out of office when we find out exactly. What the heck all happened here. But there's for sure some real shenanigans going on, man. Yeah, man. North American Alliance, Steve. What's up with this?
What do you think? Yeah, I mean, I remember all that. The North American Union, we had talked about that for years.
A couple of the main ingredients there, Steve, was migration development, right? And climate change control. It's all about control. This whole climate change, Steve, is nothing about taking control of the people. They're talking about wanting to ban gas ranges. Steve, this was my thought. Why would they want to ban gas ranges? Force everybody to go to electric ranges? Steve, if you don't pay your electric bill, all they got to do is throw a switch at the electric company to turn off your electric. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you got a propane tank in your backyard that's supplying your gas stove, how are they going to shut that off, Steve? Are they going to come to your house and turn the valve, put a lock on it? Even if it's gas supplied by the lines, right, from whatever area you work for, if it's a direct gas line to your house, they still have to come to your residence, kind of like your water lines. Everybody has a main water line out in your front yard. They still got to come there, open up that, and turn that valve off. Not so with electric. Same way with your cable. You don't pay a bill, what happens? TV goes off. Another way of controlling, That's my thought.
Yeah.
I mean, why would, but this whole migration development, Steve, man, I'll tell you what, War Room had a good episode today. They got two journalists, Steve, real journalists, right, down near Venezuela where they are crossing into Mexico and covering what's going on down there. Only one showing this, Steve. You don't see this anywhere in the mainstream communist media. Steve, they're flat out saying that the UN, and I said this before, this open border, it's not just, this goes around this whole globe. That the UN is behind this, and the UN is financing this, and the UN is acting like a travel agency, Steve. They are setting all this up, right? Paying these migrants, setting up these little camps in between here and there, giving them the supplies they need, helping them with transportation, working with the cartel to get these people here. it was quite an eye-opener. And the amount of people, Steve, that are coming through, they're talking about Somalians. These aren't just Mexicans, Steve. We know this. They're coming from all around the world, and they show it down there. And it's. There was another story. Where is it up in Michigan? Is it Flint, Michigan? Where the Muslim community took over?
I believe that's
pretty much. I mean,
yep.
These corporates are in on this too, Steve. This one guy I seen an interview was talking about how these big corporates, they will find these cities that could use some help, so to speak, and they will open up these big factories in these cities. And they will ship migrants into these cities and employ them in these factories. It also helps the city economically, but what happens is they come in and they take over the city. They end up running for office. They end up getting elected. He said this is going on all around the country. He was naming off all these cities where these big corporate people were doing this type of stuff. Man, I wish I could. I'll try to think where I saw that interview again. Maybe try to send it to you. That was quite an eye opener too. He said in some cases these Mexicans or these people that are coming in from South America mainly are coming up here to work for like 3 or 4 or 5 years. They're sending their money back home, right? Which the American dollar goes a very long way. Sending that money back home, building these mansions where they can come up here for 4 or 5 years, become millionaires back in their homeland because of the cost of living, and then they go back where they came from and live pretty high on the hog for the rest of their lives.
Okay, that makes sense.
He said that's going on too. But the old World Economic Forum, Steve, yeah, they're at it again too, aren't they? Steve, we got senators that are giving speeches already today, and there's no doubt about it. There is going to be an attack on our free speech. They are in with both feet, talking about disinformation, misinformation, how they can control it. So I don't know. Biggest part of this new world order type takeover is China pulled the wool over our eyes, Steve. Back, if I'm taking too much time here, just cut me off, tell me to call back tomorrow, Steve. But Nixon was the first president to go to China. After World War II, China was, even up in the 60s and the 70s, Steve, China was poverty, man. They didn't have nothing. We thought we could go over there, introduce them to capitalism, right? And maybe they'll come to our way of thinking. We were doing this around the whole world. We were trying to do this. So we built China up, invested in China. They got rich off of us. We got rich off of them, thinking that they would come around, and they didn't, Steve. And now they're probably building up one of the biggest militaries, second to none, on this planet. China and Russia have been on board with all this new world order stuff. So that could be a little damper in their plans to try and enact some of this stuff. But make no mistake about it, Steve, they are full bore into taking our freedoms away from us. Talking about health issues, that's another thing that was going to be discussed.
Yep.
You know, these shot mandates and all this type of stuff. So we're not, by all means, out of the woods. We got a big, long fight ahead of us. And hopefully we'll pull through here. It's going to take some time. I think I said that a few months ago, man. This ain't something that's going to be solved just because of one or two elections here in the United States. It's going to take several years to clean this mess up, if we even can. Because there's some big, powerful entities against us. So I don't know. We'll see. All right, my man. I took enough of your time. I appreciate it. And, everybody hammer down. Be safe.
There you go. Hammer down. You had the discussion about disinformation, misinformation. They're definitely discussing that at the World Economic Forum. Meanwhile, we've been hearing for months and months and months, Vladimir Putin, he's ill. He's really ill. Going through maybe like chemo treatments. This past day, they say speculation has been rampant about Putin's health. As, of course, he sent troops into Ukraine almost a year ago. Reports now saying he's suffering from ailments ranging from Parkinson's disease to several types of cancer. A post this past day on the Telegram account of General SVR, which the New York Post reported is run by former Russian intelligence officer, a former, has said that Putin has become withdrawn, laconic, practically does not receive anyone, and in general looks deeply concerned in recent days. Putin is undergoing therapy with the use of drugs that, in addition to the therapeutic effect, cause weakness, dizziness, lack of appetite, which does not have the best effect on the president's psycho-emotional state, according to General SVR. In a post the previous day, Monday, General SVR claiming that during a trip Friday in which Putin was seen attending the funeral of one of the oil-rich Russian guys, a body double was used. The Daily Express, the British newspaper, reported that the event was unusually staged and that Russian officials cleared the room of grieving relatives and armed guards before Putin's appearance. The understudy, as they put it, did a good job of playing Putin's sad look, laying flowers, said goodbye to the deceased. The full information about which he had studied just the day before. Putin was least worried about the understudy when he met with the head of the Republic of Bashkortostan. The body double has experience of meetings as the president of Russia with the heads of the constituent entities of the Russian Federation. And all of them he passed without problems. So as far as, in fact, Putin actually being in places, it may or may not actually be Putin. Body doubles, according to the reports. All right, rolling up on 5 before the hour. We've got clear lines, a full hour yet to come, so jump on in at 844-844-3388. Are we allowed to talk about vaccines? I guess when you're sharing the actual factual information, which this is from Elko, Nevada. The Elko, Nevada County Board of Health is scheduled to meet today, Wednesday, January the 18th, to discuss and consider placing a moratorium on COVID-19 and flu vaccines in the county. The board will also consider discontinuing local advertising for COVID and flu vaccines pending further investigation and results of the Florida Supreme Court case to investigate the wrongdoing related to COVID-19 vaccines, according to the agenda. If you weren't familiar, last month in December, Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis requested that the Florida Supreme Court convene a grand jury to investigate any possible side effects of the vaccines and get more information from the pharmaceutical companies. John Carr, an Elko County Board of Health commissioner, said he thinks those agenda items should never have been put on the agenda and actually resulted from miscommunication, he says. Apparently, a concerned resident spoke about possible problems like heart problems and inflammation. They pointed to DeSantis' effort to investigate the vaccines as well as right-wing editorials about them. We've already been notified by legal we don't have the authority to issue a moratorium, according to Carr. I think this is just a miscommunication. I'm hoping that it gets tabled indefinitely. He says he doesn't see the agenda item moving forward as the commissioners don't have the right to issue a moratorium or control advertising in the county to begin with. Another commissioner on the Elko Board of Health also doesn't think the board has the authority to issue a moratorium on administering the actual vaccines. We do not regulate, we do not have direct oversight of the healthcare industry, he said in an email. Now, he thinks the Board of Health could, however, take an action stating that the county would not expend any county resources or its own advertising for vaccine. Now, he did clarify, I'm only speaking as one board member. I can only speak for myself. It's my personal belief, and individuals' health care decisions should only be made in consultation with that individual's own medical provider for any and all health care matters. But again, that may or may not be talked about. That's on the agenda today in, again, Elko, Nevada. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. A married couple and their son convicted of first-degree premeditated murder in the fatal shooting of a security guard who demanded the woman's daughter wear a mask while shopping were sentenced Tuesday to life in prison without parole. The three were convicted of first-degree meditated murder, a crime that carries a mandatory punishment of life in prison without parole, following a trial that spanned several weeks. Key roadways remain closed, and officials estimated thousands of homes were seriously damaged in California as weeks of wild weather that flooded roadways, collapsed hillsides, and toppled countless trees finally became calm Tuesday. Tallying the damage will take time, but the number of houses and other structures that will be red tagged as uninhabitable could be in the low thousands, said Brian Ferguson, spokesperson for the governor's Office of Emergency Services. The damage is spread across 41 of California's 58 counties. A polar bear has attacked and killed 2 people in a remote village in western Alaska, according to state troopers. Alaska state troopers said they received the report of the attack at 2:30 p.m. Tuesday in Wales on the western tip of the Seward Peninsula. Initial reports indicated that a polar bear had entered the community and had chased multiple residents. The bear fatally attacked an adult female and juvenile male. The bear was shot and killed by a local resident as it attacked the pair. Authorities searching for the body of a missing 4-year-old Oklahoma girl have found the remains of a child, but have not yet identified them as Athena Brownfield, who authorities say was beaten to death last month. The remains will be transported to the medical examiner's office in Oklahoma City for positive identification. This is an active homicide investigation, and until the remains are positively identified, the OSBI will not be commenting further. The Golden State Warriors are celebrating their 2022 NBA championship win at the White House. President Biden congratulated the team this afternoon, calling the organization one of the most successful franchises in basketball history. He said the team is all about heart and hustle. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The House GOP Steering Committee is recommending controversial New York Congressman George Santos receive 2 committee assignments. The embattled Santos is facing growing pressure to resign from both Democrats and Republicans over his admitted lies about his education, work history, finances, and heritage. The NBA champs made a trip to Washington, D.C. yesterday.
Former President Trump is warning Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that it would be a bad idea if he ran for president. Trump called into the conservative podcast The Water Cooler.
So, now I hear he might want to run against me, so we'll handle that the way I handle things.
During the call, Trump also took credit for DeSantis being Florida's governor.
I got him elected, pure and simple. He would have never, if I said I wasn't going to endorse you, and I was close. There was no reason to go wild about endorsing him.
Several polls have shown DeSantis beating Trump in a hypothetical matchup. I'm John Schaefer.
A former president is taking aim at a potential challenger for the 2024 GOP presidential nomination.
President Biden welcomed the 2022 NBA champion Golden State Warriors to the White House.
You showed what you're all about. Heart and hustle.
The president commending the team on their achievements.
4 NBA titles, 6 finals, and in the last 8 seasons. That ain't bad, man. That ain't bad. The stat line of a dynasty.
But it wasn't all celebration. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr took part in a roundtable discussion on gun violence with senior White House advisors. I'm John Schaefer.
I'm Julio Flores.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered
The
by
folks
science.
who make truck and tractor pulling happen get down to business at fair conventions across the country. But that doesn't mean we can't also put on shows of wintertime horsepower, as a pair of invitationals in January and March draw ever nearer on the calendar. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's productive off-season continued with stops at the Wisconsin Association of Fairs, Minnesota Federation of County Fairs, Ohio Fair Managers, and Michigan Association of Fairs and Exhibitions conventions all this past week and weekend. Ohio and Michigan comprise 2/3 of the NTPA's most active territory, Region 2, while Wisconsin and Minnesota make up the lion's share of the second most active, Region 3. These conventions follow the Association of Iowa Fairs meeting in December and the Indiana Association of Fairs and Festivals Conference held earlier this month, at which NTPA also had representation. Besides the opportunity these gatherings provide to visit with old and new friends that partner with the NTPA, the events that return or are newly signed will determine a great many of the destinations for NTPA championship pulling in the Midwest in 2023 and beyond. We'll roll out some of the exciting developments for all of these meetings as we analyze the tentative national and state schedules in coming episodes of this report. But right now, it's time to talk about a break in that offseason for some upcoming on-track action in Florida and in Indiana. First, the Ocala Tractor Pull will be presented on Friday and Saturday, January 27th and 28th by the NTPA and sophomore year member state, the Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association. This year's event is a non-points invitational consisting of 3 regional national rules classes, super farm tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, alongside mid-Florida classes of light limited super stock tractors, modified two-wheel drive and pro stock four-wheel drive trucks, naturally aspirated minis, and multi-engine modifieds. Both nights' sessions will begin at 6 p.m. with the gates to the Southeastern Livestock Pavilion in Ocala opening at 3 p.m. If you're in Florida or visiting there that weekend, stop by to get that pulling fixed in the middle of a long, cold winter. For more information, visit midfltractorpullers.com. And in mid-March, it's the Wakarusa Ag Deutz-Fahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana, for 5 invitational classes over 2 nights, Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th. Grand National Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors and Regional National Hot Farm and 4.1 Pro Stock tractors will meet up with Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks in both sessions beginning at 6 p.m. and will compete at full speed on a regulation 300-plus foot track. Tickets for the Shipshewana Spring Nationals are on sale now at shopntpa.com, and admission to the pull will also grant access to the Midday Farm Show held in the adjacent Coliseum building. If you can't make it to Indiana on that last winter weekend, you can watch the event's live multi-camera broadcast at ntpa.tv. And this year, the Shipshewana Spring Nationals may be purchased as part of the yearly pass, which provides live and on-demand access to all Stream 2023 events. Need more info? As always, visit ntpapull.com for event schedules and details, as well as point standings and results throughout the season. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, what do you say? Final hour underway here on a Wednesday. Yeah, welcome back. Pappy was talking about Steve Bannon, the War Room. He said, "Where do you listen to the War Room? I can never find it." Dave says, if you want to find War Room with Steve Bannon, he should get on Roku TV, channel 194. Let's see, War Room from 10 a.m. till noon, then back on at 5 till 6. And then you can go to Frank's Speech from 6 till 7. And the show in the afternoon is a different show from in the morning if you don't have Roku TV. I do believe, I think Pappy catches the War Room on Rumble. Isn't that correct, Pappy? Rumble. So, yeah, there's several options out there, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where Pappy catches it every day. Rumble.com or... Yeah, he's got the app downloaded on his smartphone. All right, yeah, Rick Friend around in third, headed for home, as he says. Hey, what do you say? It's about time.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Kind of been doing things off and on, odd and off, and listening to the show a little bit. It's been a good show to listen to. So I guess we should do, hey, Mike. What day is it? Hurry up.
Yeah, we're right. Yeah, you wait till that final hour. Hey, hump day.
There you go. So what does the head basketball coach have to do with needing to be sitting at a round table about gun control?
Right.
Any ideas? I mean, does the National Basketball Association, do they have some specific knowledge of gun control that they need to have one of their head coaches sit at a round table to discuss it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a question. So hey, did you hear about that? What do you call it? Cartel style shooting out there in California. There, did you hear about that at all?
Yeah, we have actually. Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Just double checking, triple checking.
Make sure everybody knew about it. Anyway, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on around here. Been a bunch of fog in this area this morning. Had some rain showers there through the overnight to, I don't know, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and things are kind of cleared up down Maryland way, it seems like. Central PA's up here still pretty cloudy, but a decent amount of fog still around. So I don't know what will develop for the next couple hours there before sunrise. It could still be a little ugly up here, out in this area there. So I guess be a little cautious of where you're going and pay attention to what's going on around you. So, but other than that, no, not a whole lot going on there. So do you expect a pretty good crowd will be down there at Graceland there for the ceremonial stuff going on there on Sunday there with Lisa Marie? Do you think it'll be as big a draw as
I wonder.
Elvis's birthday and the passing of Elvis Day and all that? I mean, I know those 2 days usually draw pretty good crowds down there, so I just didn't know if there'd be the pilgrimage down there for her. But
I kind of doubt it. I think some I don't know, maybe some diehard Elvis fans. I mean, Lisa Marie, she had several albums and she had some fans. But have you seen any of the videos? I shared the link to another one yesterday on my Facebook page. I guess like right after the award ceremony, kind of like backstage or whatever. Yeah, just how unstable on her feet she was. I don't know what she was on. Whether it was just alcohol or a combination of things, but she was pretty much out of it.
Yeah, I haven't really paid a lot of attention to it there, but my wife was telling me some things there. I guess she had 4 divorces and I don't know, 2 or 3, 4 kids, something like that.
Yeah, she had twins. I think she had twins with her last husband. She actually married Michael Jackson for a period. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that too. Yep, yeah, that was whatever. I don't know. It just as much as these high public figures and that, it's a lot of them. If you seem like you were going to be put in their shoes, that if you had to live their lives, doesn't really seem like a whole lot of fun, does it? Doesn't seem like they're really happy.
Yeah.
There's very few of them that really seem like they live happy lives and enjoy what they're doing in that. And I don't know. I don't know. It goes back to the whole point that, I think if I see one of these people in a restaurant or something like that, I think I'm more inclined just to let them be alone and, not go up and bug them and, want an autograph or act like they're anything more special than the person sitting next to them. I don't know. I just never been one to really worry about meeting famous people and stuff like that, and so I don't know. Maybe it'd be different if I was right there and saw somebody special or something, but I don't know. Just for the most part, I like people leave me alone when I'm out and around, and unless I'm actually trying to interact with somebody, but other than that, just if I'm not looking for the attention, then I don't know. I kind of feel the same way, that if they're out in public doing their thing and they're not looking for attention, just let them be alone and try to enjoy their lives to the best they can, because being in that spotlight sure doesn't look very enjoyable to me a lot of times for what they have to go through. And I'll tell you, if you have to wear the moon to win the Miss Universe contest, I don't know. Is that shoot? I did see her on TV last night, Derek. Yeah, they had all they could do to keep her stabilized, to keep the moon up, because if she did one wrong slip, I think we would have seen the dark side of the moon.
Yeah, the moon might have crashed right there on stage. Yeah. Like Ed said, I looked it up. That costume weighed 33 pounds.
Yeah, well, you got to be careful how you're talking about Miss Universe and seeing a crack in her full moon. You just got to be careful of that, So, but yeah, no, that was a great. It was a great costume, but yeah, what it was beyond elaborate, that's for sure. But anyways, as I say, now that I've said absolutely nothing pretty much all the way through here, other than whatever we did there earlier. So. Yeah, we'll let you get out and see if you can do something. Find couple more intelligent callers out there to finish the show up. See what we can salvage after this.
See what we can drum up.
Your Honor.
All right. Well, happy hump day. Be safe. Yep, there you go. All right. So yes, indeed, it is 844-3388. The moon hasn't. I'm not the moon. We're talking about the moon. The sun. Sun hasn't come up for many a days. How would you like 67 days without the sun coming up? Would that be unbearable? Yeah, just living in the darkness. It's the polar night, which at this moment continues about 300 miles north of the Arctic Circle, the very top of Alaska. A town that I prefer to refer to as Barrow. They've changed the name, and I don't even know how to pronounce it. So I just like to say Barrow, Alaska. Remember that name. The northernmost city in the United States. January 23rd will be the day the town's roughly 5,000 residents will actually experience the sun's rays for the first time since mid-November, when the sun set for the final time of 2022. Yeah, coming up next Monday, the sun will finally rise above the horizon for about 70 minutes. The phenomenon is called polar night. As the northern hemisphere tilts away from the sun in the winter months, towns close to the North Pole experience that period of uninterrupted darkness that lasts for about 2 months of the year. Obviously, because the Earth's tilt on its axis, depending on where they're located, regions in the northern hemisphere can remain facing away from the sun for days, weeks, or in this case, actually months at a time. Now, if you were actually at the North or South Poles, and I didn't realize this, there is only one sunrise and one sunset per year. The sun rises on the spring equinox and sets on the fall equinox at the North Pole. That means daylight between March and September. Of course, during the fall and winter, darkness actually lasts for 6 months. The only light coming from the stars, the moon, and sometimes the emerald flicker of the aurora borealis. Did not realize that 6 months of light, then 6 months of darkness. Rolling up on 20 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what else? Let me see here. Hello to Steve, checking in via email on a Wednesday, hump day. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Hopefully, everybody's week's going by pretty fast. We're about halfway there. Yeah, as much as I'd like to stay home, I suppose I should grab a cup of coffee, head into town to see what the trash has in it today. It's a brisk 39 here in central Ohio. Should make it up to the mid-40s by the end of the day today. Yeah, it's pretty nice yesterday. Yeah, we did see a few peaks of sunshine, but we did indeed warm up to the mid-50s here in southwest Ohio. And I did get a confirmation from Pappy. He watches Steve Bannon's War Room via Rumble. That is correct. All right, industry headline, CDL Life. A person was killed by a passing semi-truck after stepping out of their car following a multi-vehicle wreck. The series of crashes happened near Bothell, Washington, this past day, about 4:25 in the morning, southbound Interstate 405. According to KIRO 7 News, a car southbound 405 near the exit, 527 exit, suddenly veered into the barrier on the right side of the highway. The car then bounced back into traffic where it was struck by 2 other cars. The driver of the first vehicle then exited his vehicle and was soon hit and killed by a passing tanker truck. All said and done, a total of 6 vehicles involved in the string of incidents, which spanned over a quarter mile. Officials blocked all lanes of 405 at the I-5 interchange for cleanup and investigation of the incident, probably for hours, seeing as it was a fatal. One more tidbit here. An Ohio prison offering incarcerated people a second chance with their commercial driver's license program, their CDL program. For the past decade, the Richland Correctional Institution has offered inmates a chance to better their lives when they finish their sentences through their CDL training program. Richland Correctional Institution offers inmates a 4-week training program that allows them to earn an Ohio CDL Class A license through a partnership with Capital Transportation. According to the website, the CDL training offered at the facility is a career enhancement program that allows inmates to take the written exam for a CDL. After that is successfully completed, the incarcerated person then takes part in a 4-week training program. Officials say the program includes 40 hours of instructional classwork, followed by 3 weeks of pre-trip vehicle inspection, maneuverability, and road testing. Similar CDL programs are available in other prison facilities, including the Mississippi Department of Corrections and the Santa Rosa Correctional Institution in the state of Florida. Interesting. I was not aware of that. All right, Tom, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. It looks like Scarecrow will be checking in. We're going to get through the news break first. But first, let me remind you, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. That was interesting, the discussion with Bob a couple weeks ago, kind of explaining how quickly, after you purchase gasoline, it begins to break down. It doesn't have a best if used by date, but once you get 30 to 60 days in, it really does begin to break down. And the longer it sits, the worse things get. Sta-Bil Storage, that's why you use it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil Storage. We shall return following, again, the news update, bottom of the hour here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Chargers are parting ways with a few members of their coaching staff. Los Angeles announced Tuesday that it fired defensive coordinator Joe Lombardi and quarterbacks coach Shane Day. The decision comes after the team blew a 27-point lead to the Jaguars in the AFC wildcard round. Lombardi and Day both joined the Chargers coaching staff in 2021. Head coach Brandon Staley appears to be returning next season after leading Los Angeles to a 19-15 regular season record over 2 seasons. Mackenzie McDonald has knocked out the defending champion in the second round of the Australian Open. The American defeated top-seeded Rafael Nadal in straight sets to stun the tennis world. Nadal struggled after suffering an apparent injury in the match. Novak Djokovic and Casper Ruud each won their opening matches earlier in the day. The Golden State Warriors are celebrating their 2022 NBA championship win at the White House. President Biden congratulated the team this afternoon, calling the organization one of the most successful franchises in basketball history. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to patriotsoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hi, good morning, Melanie. Got your message there. So, all right, she said, tagged you to a story because apparently couldn't send it in Messenger. I'll see if I can find it. There's Truck and Phil. How many days till Christmas, right? Mike, coffee up. Good morning to the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Stable. See, hope everyone, 36 going to 42 today in Fort Wayne. Looks like it's going to be about 39 going to 41 in Sterling Heights. Not a bad. Hey, it's middle of January, people. Can't complain about that in Michigan. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for the greater Detroit suburbs, Sterling Heights. Have a great week. Happy Hump Day from Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. There you go. Scarecrow checks in. Good morning.
Yes, good morning there, Captain. Once again, apologies for having bailed on you earlier there. Your call to action about open lines, I thought I'd try to squeeze one off, but no, my other call to action kind of interrupted, but well, here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are. Horse Feathers has it right there. Seldom see celebrities that truly look happy, enjoying themselves or whatnot. You get them away from that red carpet and their artificial smiles. They just do not look happy as a rule. One exception I'll make note of, though, and I know years go by quicker than we remember, but I'd say half dozen years back, we came up to the tractor pull up to Toma. We had Danny DeVito and Jack Nicholson, and they were just hanging out just like they were, just literally part of the hometown crowd and whatnot. There were a few autograph seekers, but for the most part, they were left to themselves, but they obliged to some photographs. And in fact, it was one of my wife's staffers that she'd happened to be to that session, and so she got a pose with arm in arm with the two of them alongside her, and yeah, they were just they were real people at that moment. So there's hope out there. Oh, Steve, 57. Boy, that's quite the imagination he's got there.
And it's a documentary. Yeah. It's got to be true.
We're about the same age, give or take a year on either side. And I often have thoughts of scantily clad ladies and not so young ladies and such myself. But thinking back in my younger days, even if I partook in some brownies with some special ingredients or something, I do not remember thoughts of scantily clad aliens. No, not once can I. And I guess at this point in time, one has to inject illegal aliens or not. No, I really can't say that. So that thought ever come to mind, but I'm kind of tempted to think that he's got about 3 different editions of Star Trek all rolled into one thought process there. If you think back, well, Captain Kirk there, he was always kind of surrounded by, a group of, with at least their navels exposed, and he was always saving them, or they were always saving him, and so that's kind of where I think his thought process is coming from here this morning. But now, did he call in again after that first call? I've been away for a couple hours here.
He's online, waiting in line.
Okay. Oh, this ought to be good. Yeah. Well, I'll finish I didn't have any true news or things of interest. I did want to ask. Now, you subscribe to that Flow Racing, don't you?
Correct.
Yeah, I never thought about it last weekend, Steve, and I'm sure your thoughts will be on football, this coming weekend now. But last weekend, the vintage racing took place up at Eagle River, Wisconsin, and for some reason, snowmobiling has been big in my conversation the last couple of weeks here. But either way, this coming weekend is the current modern day, racing action, and I don't remember if it starts on Thursday or Thursday night. There might be something to get your teeth wet with, but so that's a thought. It's probably not high on your list of interest, but you're you're paying for the subscription, it'd be something else to check out there. So
sure enough,
it was interesting last weekend though, the championship in the vintage class. And when we say vintage, yeah, they're older sleds, 70s, late 70s into the very early 80s. However, with a lot of modern technology going into the power plants and whatnot, you get some amazing performance out of this old iron, so to speak. But it was a young lady. I knew I would forget her name, and she is one hot shoe. She's probably about 21 or 22 now, and she runs midgets during the summer months and whatnot too. But her grandfather, he once held the land speed record he was the first person to break 100 miles an hour on a snowmobile back in about 1970. But either way, yeah, she is a hot shoe. She's got a very hot new teammate this year that he actually had the fast qualifying time out of 50-plus sleds. And to her good fortune, and he most likely would have won the feature, but he lost a right ski, and he was on the inside of the guy that has won that championship a number of years in a row. So they both took him out too. But either way, I'm rambling on here now. So that's a thought. If you got the spare moment, Steve, you might want to check out the sled action up there. And I want to get out of here now and see if there's a part 2 to the 5-7 scenario.
All right.
Talk later.
Fair enough, Scarecrow. Thank you very much. Well, yeah, speaking of the NFL, those Sunday games, typically for like a 1 o'clock game in the afternoon, I'll stay up and watch the first half. Yeah, the Bengals, their game doesn't start till 3 o'clock Sunday afternoon. Second week of the playoffs, right? So Saturday, Saturday, first game, 4:30 in the afternoon, 4:30 Eastern. That'll be the Jacksonville Jaguars after their incredible comeback last weekend, taking on Kansas City, of course, who had a bye last weekend, a fully rested team, right? The nightcap Saturday evening, 8:15, you have the Giants versus the Eagles. Sunday, that's where we move forward. The Bengals will be taking off Buffalo. They're in Orchard Park in New York, in Buffalo. Again, that's a 3 o'clock in the afternoon start, Sunday evening, 6:30. Yeah, close out weekend number 2 at the playoffs with Dallas versus the San Francisco 49ers. What was currently 8 teams will be down to 4 by the time we come back there Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off next week. Down to 4. 17 before the hour. All right, there he is, 5-7 on board. See, people think you were chewing on peyote earlier.
No. Scarecrow, call your shots, buddy. That was a good call. Good call. I will say this about Heat Wave and Jolly Green. They know I'm not a Trekkie, But I will say this, after watching a couple of scenes from 1966 or whatever, it was good to see that the feminists lose the war, because in all them shots, and none of the women are wearing pants. So that, if you're wondering what I mean, just go look. I mean, they're wearing super mini skirts, so it basically looks like they're running around wearing nothing but a shirt. But so there you go. No, I don't smoke, don't use drugs, don't drink. 1 beer with dinner.
Whatever.
That's it. So, but I did spend 22 years in West Virginia, so. Oh, what can I say? Now, what I wanted to call about is, like Pappy said, they're trying to hide this stuff with Joe Biden's papers, but I think that you got to look at your victories. You had somebody drop a line on them. Dan Bongino was talking about all these guys that had told on their bosses, and they've got a law to protect people that talk about when their organizations, including the FBI, are breaking the law or violating Constitution. And right now, you got to count your victory right now, because Jim Jordan's getting ready, and I believe he's going to set the FBI leader of the FBI down. And I think one of the questions he's going to ask them boys is, why are you punishing the whistleblowers in your organization that have done exactly what they were supposed to do when they saw wrong, and you took their guns away from them, you took their security clearance away from them? You're going to have to explain.
Yep.
There's some things they're going to have to explain. They violated a law, all right? And, I didn't know anything about it. Well, reinstate them right now. I get up there and reinstate them right now. Jordan can bring them in, and right there on camera in front of them. I say, reinstate them right now and give them their back pay. And I'm telling you, we are not going down the drain right yet. And right after the election, there was a Great Depression because we didn't have the Senate. And right now, all we can do is holler and scream and bring things in charges. And then you got to take them over to the Senate, and they're just going to bury it. I get that. But there's going to be a lot of stuff that's coming out. And like you were saying earlier, that in Europe right now, they're talking about fake news and how to shut people down and control speech. Well, right now in America, in the last 2 years, we've got so much evidence of the fake news. People lost their jobs because of the COVID and the fake news. People were attacked on the streets because of what the government was putting out and what the people were doing. Like the masks don't do no good, but people were being attacked, charged, kicked out of sports stadiums. I'm sorry, but we've got a ton of evidence against what they claim is fake news and what we know what the fact is, because a lot of stuff that we were seeing people getting punished for turned out they were telling the truth. They were believing the truth. And the government was the one that wasn't doing right, because they were being paid. They were paying these Twitter and all these different places to put fake news out. So we're not there yet. I mean, our vote still counts. That's what I said all that to say this. Our vote still counts. If you don't believe in the vote, what are you saying? I'm hearing you say that you're going to do something else. What is that? What are you going to do? So, no, sometimes you think somebody may have their head stuck in the sand, but I got news for you. Maybe they don't. Maybe they got their eyes stuck on the prize. They got their eyes into the scriptures and knowing that things are going to come down the pike. But right now, as long as you've got the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on the air and we can speak freely about this, we're not there yet. I mean, we still have the freedom as long as we got people in our government that will stand up and put their life on the line, along with their reputation, to defend our Constitution, our freedom. I don't want to give the devil any glory. Right now, the little bit we got is a lot powerful, because what they're working with is the truth against people that are telling a lie. So let's sit back, enjoy, and praise our country and praise our fellow Americans that went out. And I'm not trying to tear anybody down, but I want to lift up and encourage you.
Yeah, sometimes you just seem to sound a little overly optimistic, 5-7, almost like you refuse to face reality.
I know what the reality is, because I read the back of the book. And I do know, I do hope that time when it comes, it'll be after the great calling away. But I also know that, I pray that if I'm in here when it happens, that God will give me the strength and the ability to stand. It's just, I know we all said, he sent a rowboat to the preacher on the roof. Well, I got news for you. What rowboat did God send Timothy? He was stoned to death. All the disciples in our faith was murdered except for John the Baptist. I mean, they hacked to death, cut him, sawed him in half. They paid a price, If I sound optimist, it's because I do. I believe in you. I believe in this program. I believe in my fellow drivers. I learn from them, and I do have. As long as I got breath, I believe we have. I guess because I know the back of the book. I'm not desperate. And listen, if I am pushed into a train car to be executed, maybe I'd rather be in that position than the guy going to hell for eternity, and the one that's going to experience what Jesus said about the wailing and the gnashing of teeth. I don't want to be down there, and I guess I am positive. You know why? I got the blood of Jesus Christ on there. So other than that, I hope everybody enjoys this morning, and definitely enjoyed the program. Yep. I just thought I'd bring a little bit of cartoon in this morning and enjoy the show. So hopefully somebody enjoyed it. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, wait for that notification come by
at the midnight hour. 5-7 over and out.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up in a matter of minutes. Stick around, TNCRadio.live. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, you missed your keyword today for the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Today's keyword is check. As in the check is in the mail. C-H-E-C-K. Go to TNCRadio.live, enter that keyword, and you're registered. Simple as that. $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Help you pay off those Christmas bills, right? And stick around, as I say, coming up 5 o'clock Eastern Time this morning. It's kind of encore presentation of Ladies' Night. Tuesday nights are Ladies' Night at tncradio.live. First up, it's Shannon Courier with the Southern Route. Then Shelley and Kathy bring you an all-new Women Road Warriors, finally starting 7 a.m. Eastern. Sarah Barnes-Humphrey has all the latest news on the supply chain with thoughts and coffee. So have a great day. Be safe out there. All right, a couple minutes left here, and we'll kind of look ahead as far as travelers' weather is concerned. Of course, our big storm really beginning to ramp up. The snow is coming down. Southern Nebraska has really seen some pretty intense bands come together, and that's going to continue to expand through most of that state today. Some areas in Nebraska are going to see up to a foot before this is all said and done. Forecasters are pretty much telling us there's a good likelihood travelers along portions of I-80 in that state will probably see 80 being shut down, impassable, during the height of the storm. So again, it's really just all kind of coming together. It will, same system, will ultimately be having impacts all the way into the northeastern portions of the country as we head toward the end of the week. Of course, it's only Wednesdays. We look ahead toward Thursday into Friday. Right now, thunderstorms that make their way northward from the southern states could turn severe in parts of western Pennsylvania and Ohio on Thursday. Strong wind gust power outages would be the greatest threat. Further east, much of the I-95 corridor, maybe a couple of periods of rain, a lot of low cloud cover, and fog, which Horsefeather says they got a lot of fog in that area this morning, as a matter of fact. Could even lead to some airline delays, maybe a rumble of thunder as far to the east as the mid-Atlantic coast. Thursday night into Friday. Most of the problems with wintry weather are going to be over the interior portions of the Northeast. Thursday morning into Friday morning, you'll see a period of freezing rain and freezing drizzle that may glaze the streets, the highways for northern Pennsylvania on into parts of New York State, all the way into portions of Connecticut and Massachusetts, maybe on up into New England, Vermont, New Hampshire. Some untreated area bridges and overpasses will probably become especially icy in the Northeast. So as we come back at the midnight hour tonight, of course, we'll have the very latest model runs and probably by then be looking at some winter weather, winter storm watches and winter weather advisories for that portion of the country. Meanwhile, stay safe, have a great day, and hope you'll join us again here at the midnight hour.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream